writer and producer known for his creative storytelling and incredible work in the Hindi, Malayalam, and Telugu film industry. He has directed movies such as Shaitan in 2011, David in 2013, Wazir in 2016, and Solo in 2017, as well as Taish in 2020. But before that, I'm excited to announce another trailer. Sit back and enjoy. Thank you for that. Now for the masterclass. We are honored to have you with us today, sir.
Hi, hi, hi. Thank you so much um, for inviting me to be part of such an interesting media conclave. So first of all, I would like to thank Mr. Sunayan who organized this. Thank you so much for having me over here. Really appreciate it. And whoever cut that trailer, I don't really likes me. Who is that person here? Someone who cut that trailer? Pretty violent, but I've done some, there are some better moments in my films other than just violence. So don't judge me based. Okay. So I'll just sit, yeah. Like you, I actually consider myself I still consider myself as a student of cinema. I've not really had any formal education in filmmaking. So for me, every project that I take on, every project that I work on, it's a place of learning for me. I get to learn as I go, and I'm been in this industry for about 2 decades now. But I still feel when I'm starting the next, I'm riddled with all the same questions and how am I going to do it? How am I going to execute it? How is it going to turn out? So it's still the same. With every project, it's still the same. And coming over here, it's a bit special. Though this part of Bangalore I'm not very aware of, but I did my undergrad in Bangalore. I studied in Bangalore. So Bangalore is very, very special for me. I studied in this college called PES in Hanumant Nagar. I did my graduation in business and business management. And then I did my master's in business. So I was actually grooming myself to join the family business. But Bangalore is extremely special for me purely because this is where I started my pursuit in the artistic realm. I started. I always. I've been a huge movie buff. I've been a massive movie buff, and luckily for me, my family was the same. My parents, they were hardcore movie buffs and cinephiles, so they used to watch a lot of movies, and because of them, I used to get to watch a lot of movies. I never knew that I was going to be part of films, but I was quite obsessed with it, and I used to write short stories. I used to write random stories just to bounce it off with friends and people. Like if I watch a really good film, next day I would try and enact some good scenes from that film. I will actually used to direct them. Like my friends used to be so sweet and play along with me, but I used to actually direct the good scenes that I saw and enact it out. So that's how I kind of got that bug of direction, but never knew how to kind of really take that forward, because the time when I was studying, there were not many vocations and there were not many opportunities. It was not really considered a big, a stable career as such. Even now it's not considered as that, but at least now there are many options. Like now when I see a media conclave like this, and I see students have actually gone ahead and made a short film and they're showcasing it here, it's quite awesome, quite commendable that I caught the last leg of the film. But the fact that you guys all came together, did a film like that, and you're putting it out there, it's I mean, I find it really awesome, and you got a great faculty which is supporting something like this. So that's really commendable. But back when I started, we didn't have any opportunities like this. So it was either engineering or medical or maybe arts. That's what. So so it was literally like in my building where I used to stay, everybody was taking up engineering, and I said, okay, I'll also do engineering. That's how I started off. But 2 years of engineering and too many arrears, too many papers that I couldn't clear made me realize it's not my cup of tea. And that's when my father did the most. He did it twice in his life. He literally threw me out. He told me to get out of the house and figure out what I wanted to do. And that's how I landed in Bangalore, trying to figure out the undergrad course that I figured out. So in my first year in Bangalore, I was studying, is when I saw this small article in the paper that the Theatre Club of Bangalore was looking for actors. And I thought, why not? Let me just try. I've never had any experience in acting or anything, but I said, let me try. And I showed it to my friends, and we all decided to go and audition for this play. We reached there, and that's where I met my mentors, Mr. Abhijit Sengupta and Polly Sengupta, who are the reason I'm sitting here today. So they own Theatre Club of Bangalore, and they were putting up this production. And they said, you looked at the ad and you came. I said, yes, and I'm very interested in acting, though I don't have much of experience. And they said, you didn't read the fine print. It's an all-female cast. So that's when I saw two of my friends. They just did an about turn and they left, but I stood there, and they told me to leave. Like Avicii told me to leave, and I said that, is there something else I can do? Can I just be part of the production? Can I just come watch? Can I help out in some way? They said, of course, that you can. So I became the official T-boy for the cast and crew, and going forward, I started helping out in the backstage. And I think I spent about a good 3-4 months as part of the production, and it was such a joyous experience to see. If some of you are part of theater, you would know, to see the script, to read the script, and then to watch the actors and act it out in real time. For me, all that is so new, and that was my into. I guess I think my first step towards filmmaking started there, and I enjoyed that experience so much that by the end of that production, I requested my mentors that, I have written some stories. You think I can convert them into a play? And they were so sweet enough to read my material and to choose one story out of that, and said that, you know what, you can do this as a play, and we will help you put it together. And they were that generous with me, and they actually helped me do my first play as a writer-director that I did in Bangalore, in Alliance Française. This is way back in 2000, yeah, in the year 2000. That's when I did my first play. It was called The Getaway. And my production company today, my film production company, is called Getaway. It's from the play that I did. And that's where I started. I started my foray into theatre. And I went on to do a couple more productions in Bombay, because I'm primarily from Bombay. So I did a production in Bombay. But I was dabbling only in theatre, not really filmmaking. I remember when I did my second or third play, and I put it up in this college in Bombay called Sapphires. And I actually promoted the play a lot. I actually took out paper ads and all for the play, and some very well-known theatre personalities had come to watch the play, and I was very excited. And that's the only production, by the way, where I have acted in my production. The only time I acted ever in my life is in my own production, where I acted as a dead body throughout the play. My mother thought I was fantastic. After the play, I remember I was trying to walk around the crowd who were waiting outside, discussing the production. I just wanted to hear the feedback. I was just too embarrassed to go ask. I just wanted to kind of hear the feedback. And one feedback just stuck with me. One lady, a very well-known actor actually, theatre actor called Shahnaz Patel, I remember. She had come to watch the play. And she was talking to someone, and she was saying that, it was a trilogy. I did 3 short plays. She said the last play felt like a feature film. It felt like I'm watching a short film or a feature film. And it would have been better as a feature film. And that comment just stuck with me. And that's when I realized, if I can execute a play on stage and it is coming across almost like the feeling is that it could be converted into feature, why can't I take this forward? Why can't I try and pursue this and make this into a feature? And that's when I realized that maybe that's the route I need to take. I need to make that headway into films now, without really knowing how. And by then I'd finished my grad and post-grad, and I'd joined my family business, and I was working for my father in a textile exporting firm. So this was like a hobby. This was something that I was pursuing on the side, theatre. And then I said, let me pursue filmmaking also on the side, let me try. And I enrolled myself. I'm sorry, I'm just taking you through my journey. I think as a masterclass, I'm not really sure if there is a structure to this, so I'm just freestyling here. So I hope that's okay. But I would like this session to be interactive. I would like to open it out and have an interactive session. So I'll quickly just summarize my beginning part of it. So I ventured into filmmaking. Like I said, I enrolled myself into a course because I was heading to New York. I was heading to New York to study, to work for my father's company. He had opened up an office there. And I joined the evening college in NYFA, that is New York Film Academy. So I was going to work in the day, and the evening I was going to do this course. So I planned it out all perfectly. And and it just so happened when they sent me the study material, I saw my main tutor was going to be a filmmaker that I was really obsessed with, and that particular filmmaker was going to be my teacher. So it was something I thought it was just going to be like mind blowing. Like I'm going to be learning from the best, and I couldn't ask for anything better. But Destiny had some other plans for me. So I landed in America, and I landed in Detroit. My sister lives in Detroit. I landed in Detroit, and there was this immigration officer who was like this 19, 20-year-old immigration officer who looked at my visa and said, what are you here for? I said, I'm here to work. I have an office here. I'm here to meet my clients and everything. And he said, you're here to work, then you're on the wrong visa. And he just, while talking to me, he struck my visa. And I was trying to argue with him and trying to figure it out, because I'd already traveled to America a couple of times, but nothing worked out, and I actually got deported from America. I had a cop who escorted me to my plane, and I had to take the flight that I came in, I had to take the same flight back. And I could not fly back into America for the next 3-4 years, even though everything was clear, paper was clear, but my visa was canceled. And my dreams of doing the film course and everything just went down the drain. And I came back and I was obviously very disappointed. But then I said, you know what? If I can't do the course, I'm gonna keep making short films. I'm gonna do it, and I'm gonna learn on the job. And let me just try this out. So I wrote down about 10 ideas. I had this folder, I remember. I wrote down 10 short film ideas, and actually budgeted for 10 short films. And just like the one you saw right now, so I had planned to do like those kind of short films. And I, without any idea of how to budget anything, I just budgeted, and I said, and I saved up. I worked for about 2-3 years, and I saved up money to make those short films. And I said, if I make all these 10 short films, by the 10th, then I'll be confident to make a feature. That was my plan. So I saved up enough money to make 10 short films. Then I chose the simplest one of the lot. I took the one which I thought would be the easiest one to execute. Let me start with the simple one, then I'll scale up. The one, I think the smartest decision I took, and that's what helped me throughout, was because I don't have the experience to do this. Let me make sure that everyone else who's coming on board, everyone else that I hire, they should be very well experienced. They should have done stuff before. And that's what I did. I got a DOP who had already done 2 feature films. I got an editor who was doing Mahesh Bhatt, like he was editing all Mahesh Bhatt feature films. I got an actor. I got Mr. Mohanlal to act in my short film. So I had, again, it was a wish list. It was part of my wish list. I'll ask him, let's see what will happen. Just to get that meeting took me 6 months, but it's okay. You know, by the time I got the meeting, I managed to convince him. And so I had all these really experienced, phenomenal people who agreed to be part of my short, and my job was just to execute it. And I remember my father came to my set the first day of the shoot, first day of the set, and I have Mr. Mohanlal sitting in this park bench in the middle of a lake, and we were shooting with equipment. I don't even know what this equipment is, and we're shooting it, and we're about to start shooting. And my father comes and he asks my friend, by the way, my friends and all are like part of it, they're helping me out. He asked my friend, and I can hear my father asking my friend, when does he know how to say action and when to say cut? Does he know that? And that's when I realized I don't. I had no idea when am I supposed to say action, when am I supposed to say cut. So, but luckily, like I said, the people with me, my cinematographer who doubled up and who really helped me execute the shoot part of it, my editor who really helped me put it all together, explained to me what I did wrong, what I should have done, helped me that my music guy, my sound guy, everyone who came on board really helped me realize that vision that I had for that short film. And by the way, I had saved up money for 10 short films, right? I spent all that money on that one short film. So but I used it, I said, let me learn from this experience. And it was such an enriching experience. And I realized that filmmaking is such a collaborative attempt. You know, it's as much as it starts with a pen and paper, with an idea there, but to execute that, to kind of bring it to life, you need to get all these people, right, from your cast, your crew, to come and help you elevate that idea that you have, and come and help you execute and elevate it. They should be able to own that idea and help you execute it and elevate it. So, and I think that experience really kind of set me and got me going. And of course, that short film became my calling card. That short film traveled to a lot of festivals, won a lot of awards. I'm not trying to be immodest, but that really helped me get my foot in. And the best thing that came out of that short film was, prior to that short film, I used to keep sending my resume to Madras Talkies, to Mani Ratnam, because he was one of the filmmakers I absolutely adore. So I used to keep sending my resume, hoping that I'll get a call for an interview. And I never got it. And I remember I bumped into Mani sir in a wedding, in a friend's wedding. And I even told him, sir, I've been sending my resume, please have a look. And he was very serious, like, yeah, I'll look at it. He never bothered. But this short film got me that interview, got me that job. And that's how I started. And till this date, it's been 20 years, I'm still working at Madras Talkies. But I'm so thankful for that experience. I'm so thankful for that, for all those people who came together to help me realize that vision that I had for that one shot, like I said, which got me going and kickstarted my filmmaking thing. And when I got that job in Madras Talkies, I remember I told my father that it's just 1 year. I'll just go work for a year. I'll come back, and it's all gonna be okay. I never came back. I went that year never ended because it was just that project and the next and the next, and then I started working on my feature, and then I made all these violent films that you see. It's all my anger just coming out in different formats, but it's been I feel very grateful. I feel very grateful for every opportunity I get. I feel very grateful that I get invited to places like this, to such esteemed organizations and universities, to come and chat with young minds like you. So it's something I genuinely, when someone calls me for events like this, I honestly don't know what am I supposed to come and talk. I can only talk about my experience and everything, but it is something I'm very, very, very grateful for. And yeah, I guess now I'll keep this session open, and if there are queries and questions that I can answer, I can help with, I would be more than happy to answer. But before I do that, this is the nitpicking filmmaker in me. I just wanted to understand, was this short film part of was it done purely for the enclave, or is it something that regularly happens over here as part of the university thing? So, it's part of the course, it's part of the curriculum, right? Okay. So do you do this, when you say that, do you do this as part of the curriculum? Do you make shorts, like do you make one shot a year? How does that work out? Right.
Neorealism and everything. Thank you. Neorealism, everything, and learned script writing, screenwriting. And that's when we had written this screenplay and everything, and this semester we executed it.
Awesome. That's quite nice. That is part of the curriculum and doing it. That's really nice. Very good.
Yeah.
Okay.
There was another film actually previously before you came in.
So yeah, that's another thing I want to ask. So how does the thing move forward? In a sense, even a class of, say, what's your student strength like in the class?
We are 9 students.
You're 9 students. Your 9 students made this together.
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. Okay. But if the university would allow me, I think again, this is no commentary on because I saw it from midway, but still, because it's part of the curriculum, because now technology has made it possible for you to you can make a shot on your phone and execute it. You can make features on your phone. People are doing that. So again, please take it as constructive feedback. But I would think that you should get either a mentor, when I say a mentor, like a filmmaker, or an editor, or someone who is, again looping back to the same thing that worked for me, which is when you have someone experienced who's been doing this, they will be able to kind of at least the same thing, the same idea that you had. For instance, that shot of that guy sitting and eating and just breaking down. Now that's a very important shot, right? That's a very important scene. Now, the same thing, an editor might give you a different perspective on what you can do with that, how you can convey the same thing in a different way. Or a cinematographer, an experienced cinematographer will suggest a shot which is different, which will help you convey the same thing more effectively. So as much as you are doing the theory part of it, studying and coming together as a unit making this, I feel someone experienced like that will be able to guide you better, will be able to help you execute it more effectively. That's just my 2 bets. Okay, so now I'm keeping this session open instead of me sitting and just talking, please feel free if there's anything that you guys would like to bounce off and talk about. Otherwise, I'll just start narrating my next feature film.
Hi. So I have one question, and the thing is, like, I think most of us are trying to get into like the film industry and things like that. So what's one advice that you would have for young filmmakers who are like trying to get into the industry? Like, what would you want us to like focus on to like, or keep in mind to get into the industry?
Okay. It is extremely volatile situation right now. As much as there was such a big boom when all the OTTs came and there are so many platforms available, so many new avenues available to showcase your talent. Earlier it was, when I started out, it was just films, TV, that's it. You have to choose and make your career based on that. But now it's just opened up like ridiculously, right? So there are so many more avenues, but that is also coming with this set of challenges. So the only advice I would say is that equip yourself in such a way wherein have, like, see now for instance, this short film that you're doing, do more of work on your own before you go in, have things ready on your own to show, so that, see, I'm capable of doing this, instead of just going fresh. Even if you're going to take up a job as an intern in a production house, go showing something that, listen, I can do this. This is what I've done this. Have a look at something, give me feedback on it. And then, of course, try and gain experience in wherever, in whatever vocation you're choosing, be it storytelling, be it, it can be specialized cinematography, editing, whatever it is. But equip yourself, or rather, plan on what you would like to do. If it's script writing, I would, again, if it's script writing, start reading scripts of films that you like. That's an example I'm giving. If it's writing that you're pursuing, start reading scripts. And today, all scripts, everything is available online, right? And I'm saying, read the scripts of the films you like, films that you've really liked and loved. Go back, read the script, then watch the film again. And so start that. Now, for writing, that's one thing that you can do to equip yourself. Similarly, for each other thing, try and gain more experience way before you go and ask, or rather, way before you go and join somewhere. So I think that's something I would say.
Thank you.
Hi, Vijay. You were talking about your experience, and you just mentioned technology has like really, and I see it democratizing the whole medium, right? Did you start out shooting on celluloid, and have you transitioned to digital? Could you talk about it a little?
So the only time I did celluloid, the only time I shot on film was my first short film. After that, I never shot on film. Everything else has been digital. In fact, Shaitan was actually one of the first feature films to be shot fully digitally, though there was one Bengali film which was already done, but in a Hindi thing, Shaitan was one of the first films shot fully digitally. So, which is my first feature film. After production? I didn't get you. Yeah, everything. I mean, by then, when I started Shaitan, only all the other aspects had become digitized, be it the digital intermediate that had started by then. Yeah, that was already at play. A lot of movies have already done that. So I kind of jumped on the bandwagon. Also because I felt the subject that I was trying to tackle, that is, it was trying to speak to the youth and trying to say it in, it had a scope to do something new visually. So I thought that maybe let me use this technology to my benefit. So that's why. But I think other than my first short film, which was shot on film, everything else has been digital. And even now, when I'm starting a feature, I'm constantly looking for what is the next thing that that you can kind of use to better your storytelling. Like for instance, right now, I guess everybody must have heard of Adolescence, right? Everybody watched Adolescence, and everybody's talking about the way it was done and way it was shot, which is remarkable. And it's the technology. It's earlier on you couldn't shoot an entire show like that on a Steadicam. You can't. The Steadicam, I mean, you can, but it would be so cumbersome. You'll have to design it differently. But look at the lightweight camera there is. That it's so light and handheld. You can just carry it anywhere you go and shoot. So it has made it easier to tell your story in a very unique way. So yeah, technology is definitely helping. It's how do you use it, how AI is being used everywhere. So yeah, so that's also another thing, and it's rapidly changing, right? Everything is changing. Like last 6 months back, what it was is not what it is today. 6 months back, we were doing random AI videos. Now we are doing very real life AI videos. So it is changing, and we are adapting to it. And I think more and more newer filmmakers who will get used to that will be able to use it better for their storytelling. In fact, it is getting into various aspects of production for sure. It's not just for making your presentation at decks. Now it's kind of getting into even controlling budgets, and it's doing those things also. It's doing very, very vivid storyboards, which earlier on we used to actually hire a storyboard guy to do, but now you're getting lifelike storyboards, and so it's getting into different aspects of the filmmaking. But yeah, we are kind of, I guess, adapting to it and saying. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, hi. So I had two-part question. Firstly, if you could just take us through your writing process for your films, it would be really beneficial for most of us, I feel. And also, secondly, since you mentioned that your first film was with Mohanlal, I just was curious about, does directing stalwarts like Mohanlal, or like you even directed Amitabh Bachchan later in your career, does that somehow intimidate you as a director if you have to give them instructions and direct them? And also, does it ever hamper your vision as a filmmaker, because you're looking up to these actors, you're looking up to these big personalities? So it's just like these two questions.
I'll answer the second one first. The joy of working with these stalwarts, you talk about Mr. Mohanlal and Mr. Bachchan, Vikram sir, all these people, there is a reason why they are where they are, because they don't make you feel that. When you're working with them, they know it's very intimidating, but they are so committed to executing what you have on paper and trying to match your vision, that whole intimidating part, all that just goes away. So I was very fortunate that for my first short film only I got Mr. Mohanlal, and I was obviously shit scared. And I remember Setu was my DOP. Setu's, at that time Setu had just done one feature, but Setu is the very national award winning DOP of Dangal and Lal Singh Chadda and Tari Zameen Par. So Setu is a phenomenal DOP. I remember me and Setu were planning the shots and working with Mr. Lal, and we were losing light. And we were trying to finish the work, when we started off in the morning, it was like, Lal sir should be sitting here, Lal sir should be like that. And by evening, we were like, hey, Lal ko idhar beta, Lal ko idhar kar. We were talking like that, and we didn't even care, and he didn't even care, So it was, because it's, you kind of switch off. You forget the part that they are who they are, because at the end of the day, you're only trying to achieve what you are trying to say in the story, and you have to switch that part off. And it happens very organically. Of course, in the first day, I was very jittery with Mr. Lal, but I think by the second day, I was completely. He makes you completely at ease. In fact, he know what he'll do. He'll do a take and something, and this is same for Mr. Bachchan also. He'll do the take, and then he'll come and ask you. He'll come and ask you as if do you want it another way? You want me to try it like this? Like he's asking you, not that he obviously he knows how it should be, but he's actually giving you the respect that if you're not liking it, tell me, I'll do it again for you. And they have that kind of childlike, energy in them, and they have that kind of curiosity. So that's what makes them who they are, and it's absolute joy working with stalwarts like that, because that experience that they bring to the table is just phenomenal. In fact, I'll tell you this one story. It's one of my favorite stories of Mr. Bachchan. I don't know if a lot of people you've seen Wazir. There is a shot where Mr. Bachchan, there's an intruder in his house. It's Wazir, it's Neil Nitin Mukesh who's come into his house. And he comes and stops. He's on a wheelchair, it's a motorized wheelchair. He comes and stops, and it's dark, and he just turns, and it's Neil Nitin Mukesh is standing there. And for people who don't know, Neil Nitin Mukesh is a fictional character he just creates. Mr. Bachchan creates the character. It's a spoiler, I'm giving it here. it's a alter ego, or rather it's a character he just creates. So in the shot, Mr. Bachchan comes and stops, and he just looks, and the camera pans from Mr. Bachchan onto Neil's face. Mr. Bachchan did it once. I got the shot, the focus shifted on Neil. We got the shot, it was great. I said, great, sir, done. And Mr. Bachchan just looked at me and said, wait, I want to try one more time. And I said, okay. And I looked at Sanu, my cameraman, and Sanu said, we're fine, the focus, everything is fine. We got the shot. Mr. Bachchan said, just for me, one more time. I said, okay. We did it one more time. Same thing. And Mr. Bachchan said, no, I want to try one more time. And now I thought he's just, trying to just play around with me. I said, sir, we got it. We got the shot. He said, no, I want to do it one more time. I said, okay, fine. And by then my shift is over. It's going over. Every 5 minutes, I'm actually have to pay more money. So I'm also, and he does it one more time. Again, he's not happy. Does it one more time. And finally, he comes and looks at the monitor and says, great, got it. And I look at it and I like, every take looked the same to me. I don't know what is the difference that he's seeing. And after he's gone, we sit and watch the takes again and again. So every time Mr. Bachchan comes on the wheelchair, it's on a motorized wheelchair, right? So you can't, every time he comes and stops at a mark, there's no brake. He just has to let the lever go. So he's pushing the lever, arriving at a place and letting the lever go, and it stops at a mark. And then he turns. So what he did was, which I didn't realize, that every time he stopped and he turned, the light was hitting him in a certain angle. And when he turned, he was casting a shadow on Neil's face, which was correctly half his face. So Neil was half in darkness, half in light. Like how he is half in darkness, half in light, a part of his ego, like a part of his alter ego. That's what Mr. Bachchan was going for, and I didn't realize that. Now when I see the shot, that's what he's thinking. And that's what I meant by the experience these stalwarts bring, because they are seeing way more than what you are seeing. And they are helping you elevate that. And it was like a masterclass for me, that this is something that should have been coming from me, but he thought of it. He said that that's the right way to do it, because he's half me, right? Half me, half him. And yeah, that's the story of Mr. Bachchan, I like to say. Coming back to the writing part of it, I think every filmmaker has his own process of writing, and it's very subjective. I have a very weird way of writing too. I actually, I always write my entire story down. I work on my entire story before I collaborate with any writer. I always work with writers. I work with a lot of writers, different writers, for my screenplay and for my dialogue. But I'll go to them with a ready story, so that I know, and I don't move on any story if I don't know where it's starting, where it's heading. And sometimes it might be just this one scene that comes to me in that whole structure in the story, where I know that I need to reach this scene. This scene is what is making me want to tell this story. So that, and then I'll arrive at that. I'll arrive in the story writing of it. But once I have that, like a basic, and it can be a 1-page, it can be a 2-page, it can be a 50-page, but that one story, once I lock, is when I take it to, I bounce it off with writers who would be a right fit for it. So getting writers is also like casting. It's like casting a good right actor for your role. So you have to get the right writer for the role, for writing the screenplay. So then I kind of try and bounce it off with different writers and see who would be the right fit and who will help me make this better. So yeah, like recently I wrote a Malayalam film. I wrote a Malayalam script, and I had the idea, but I was very clear that I didn't want to work with the writers that I've been working with. I wanted to work with a new writer. And there's a filmmaker in Bangalore, a Kannada filmmaker called Natesh Hegde. I don't know if any of you know of him. He's a phenomenal filmmaker. His recent film called Wakachi Pani, Tiger's Pond, was screened in the Berlin Film Festival. And his first film called Pedro, which both are these Kannada films, and which I happened to catch in film festivals. Is this young filmmaker who's now suddenly started acting also. So you'll hear more of him. But I saw his films and I was completely blown away by the unique original voice that he had. So I actually reached out to him. I requested him and asked him, because he's a filmmaker. So I asked him that I'm working on this one Malayalam story. and I really like what you have done in your films, and I feel that your voice will be a very interesting voice for my story. And I spoke to him with a bit of, I thought ki bolega, I'm sorry, I'm a good director, I don't want to. But he was so sweet. He said, yeah, of course, come. We'll come to Bangalore, we'll sit and write together. And that's what I did. I came to Bangalore, I sat for 3 months with him, and I wrote a Malayalam script with him. And it was a great experience. I hope I get to make the film soon. But like I said, you have to cast the right person. And I think for that story, I thought, I was hoping he's the right fit, and he turned out to be the best fit for that story. Yeah.
Okay. Hi.
Here, okay.
Yeah, hi. So my question is that what goes in your mind when you write a film like Karva? Because I actually love that film. And when I try to write something, I have like this cluster of ideas. When I put it on paper, I'm very confused which one is the perfect and which one is not, and which one should I pick. So what goes in your mind when
Let
you
me
write?
tell you, it'll never be perfect. So if you keep waiting for that perfect idea to come, perfect story to come, that's never going to happen. Your story is constantly evolving. They say, right, it's 3 stages. You write a script, you write a story, and then you write a script which is different from the story. Then you write a shoot script, it will be different from the screenplay. Then when you shoot it, it will be different. When you edit it, it will be different. So it keeps evolving. So, and of course, it's your job to perfect it. It's your job to keep finessing it. So don't worry about finding or waiting for that perfect idea. The idea that you zero in on, it should speak to you. You should be convinced of that this is an idea I really want to tell. And of course, bounce it around and talk to people that you trust, who would be able to give you the right feedback for your idea. So that's very, very critical. Don't talk to people who will just say, this is awesome. Don't do that. So always bounce it off, ask them what worked for you, what didn't work for you. And then take, again, whatever feedback you get, it's not necessary you have to take all the feedback. Filter the feedback, see what is working for you, what is not working for you, and then decide. But yeah, don't wait for perfection. That will not happen.
Yeah. And the second part is, after you're done with the script, what is the first thing that you do?
I look for money.
Yeah, like the filmmaking process. What is the first thing that you do in the filmmaking process? After you get the money, of course.
After I get the money, I'm already gone. I'm gone to make the film. No, once, I'll tell you, for me, if an idea is exciting, then I constantly, like what I just told you, I bounce it off people that I kind of, sometimes I bounce it off actors. I'll reach out, I don't have a script, but I'll still reach out to an actor and I'll go and tell them, listen, I have this idea, and I'll bounce it off and see whether it connects with them. If they like that idea, if somebody gets excited with the idea, then I know that I have something. Then I'll say, okay, you know what, give me 2 months, 3 months, I'll come back to you with a story. So I keep doing that. I bounce it off with, say, an editor. I bounce it off with, say, some other writer or some other filmmaker. Just to kind of get an idea whether it's something worth pursuing or not. So yeah, that's what I do. Always like to bounce it off, yeah.
Once you have a finished script, how do you...
Where are you? I can't see. Yeah, sorry.
Okay, so once you have your finished script ready, how do you break it down visually from there? Especially considering that most of your movies, they're really complex scripts and there's multiple layers to them. So how do you tie all of that visually?
So when I'm writing, I kind of have some kind of a audio visual cue. I have and it's not necessary that I have to follow it, but it helps me ground that script to understand, okay, I'm seeing this a certain way. It can be a painting, it can be a photograph, it can be a very random image, but at least will help me, it'll, like I say, help me anchor that script, saying that, okay, I might be going in this direction for this. And that can completely change once your cinematographer comes and who will come and suggest something completely different. And it might work better for the story. So, but when I'm writing only, I start putting down the audio cues and the visual cues so that I know that this is what I might be chasing. It helps me.
I had a follow-up question.
Sure.
One thing, like...
Oh, let her finish. It's okay. Finish the question.
How do you approach pacing in all of your movies?
That's tricky. It's very contextual to the story. Some stories need that breathing space. Some stories you need to kind of, and also the one problem I face, personally I face is, my stories, a lot of them have a lot of characters in them. It's not usually just one, that's it, no, it's not like that. There'll always be like multiple characters, so, and there'll be multiple tracks. So then pacing always becomes an issue with me. I always end up writing more and not shooting more, but writing a lot more, and then you have to kind of figure out how much you need to start trimming on paper so that you don't get stuck with a 4-hour cut, which happened with a film of mine called Tesh. I don't know if that's one of my favorite films that I've done, called Tesh. Tesh, the first cut was almost 4 hours. And that's the version I liked. I like, shit, this is what I want to do. But then, luckily for me, COVID happened. So then I did a series and a film version. So in the series version, I could explore the whole story and arc like that. In the film version, I trimmed it out and made a compact version. So I was lucky I could do that. But yeah, pacing is something you struggle with. It's very contextual to your story.
I would like to announce that we will only be taking one more question.
Wow, okay.
Hello, Bijoy here. Yeah.
I have some 4 hands saying, but don't worry, I'll quickly answer. Does that help? Yeah, tell me.
Yeah, hi, Bijoy. I'm a big fan, first of all. Solo rocks. Yeah, so I had a list of 12 to 15 questions almost, but yeah, as time doesn't permit.
You picked the wrong guy.
So yeah, so my first question. So
no, only question, one question only.
So yeah.
Choose.
So before the phenomena of pan-Indian cinema, you already experimented with bilingual narratives. So was this choice of making bilingual films just purely creative instinct, or was it a conscious choice to blur the linguistic lines of Indian cinema, or was it purely Mani Ratnam influence?
The latter two. Mani Ratnam influence, because I worked on Ravan and I saw it happen in front of my eyes when we did Ravanan together. So that gave me the confidence that I can do something like that. And linguistically, yes, I was catering to 2 different markets. So I was trying to, I knew that story would resonate here and would resonate here. So let me try and approach it like that. That was my attempt. Failed miserably, but I'm quite happy that I at least tried. Yes. Quick, we're on the clock. It's okay. Say it, I can hear you.
Hi, sir. So your film Solo explores with a lot of elements, various elements, with core human emotions like love, rage, loss. So how do you come up with such a thematic structure? Like, what inspired you, and how do you balance that creative freedom with a cultural symbolism? Because you have also drawn like many facets of Lord Shiva as well.
So that was the starting point. Lord Shiva was the starting point. Like, Shiva is known for extreme rage and extreme love. So that was my starting point, that the stories what I'll be working on have to resonate, that have to be about extreme love and extreme rage. So that's why Solo has 2 stories of love and 2 stories of rage. And that was my starting point when I was writing it. And of course, the elements came in later, which is earth, wind, fire, water. They kind of tied it up later. That was an afterthought, but which someone was asking visually, right? So that visual motif came in much later. But the kickoff point was this, that it was two stories of love and 2 stories of rage. In fact, one of my stories in Solo, again, so I am one of those filmmakers, you hear of a lot of filmmakers who watch their own work and cringe and they say like, oh, I can't watch my own work. I'm opposite. I love my own work. I love watching my films. I love watching my work, and there are films that, of course, they have aged and all that, and you watch and you learn. So Solo has this one story, which is my personal favorite, which I always think that maybe I should have attempted it as a feature. It's the story of Shiva, the gangster story. And I, just as a writing thing, because it was my most challenging story to write, because the main protagonist never speaks throughout the story. So you have to write it in a way wherein the audience should not feel that. It should not be a gimmick. So we tried something new with that. And my biggest validation for that was when some of the reviews came in, that nobody noticed that he didn't speak. That he doesn't speak throughout the story, he doesn't speak. So that was a big challenge for me. And that's one of my favorite stories in Solo, the Shiva one. Yeah. quick, they're shutting us down. How to approach a producer in the initial stages? Bombard them, yeah, with mails and go hang around their offices. What else can you do? That's what you can do. Basically, see, it again loops back to what I said earlier. Equip yourself. Try and have something to show. If you just go in and say that I have a story, I keep getting people saying, I have a story, please listen to it. It doesn't work. I mean, it can work. Some people might take the interest and read it out. But I would say that if you have a story, go register it. Go become a part of the Screenwriter Association. Register your story. Do a short film version of it. Do a proof of concept of it. Do a AI animatic of it. You know, there are so many things you can do with it. So equip yourself with that rather than just go and say, listen, sir, I have a film to. If you're going to look for work as a filmmaker, you better have something to show. You can't just go and expect a producer to put money on you purely because you have a good story. Those times are gone.
Hello, sir. Over here.
Last, huh?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Sir, my name is Vishal. Okay, first of all, I'm a huge fan of Dange and Harshvardhan Rane.
Thank you.
Yeah, and that
I'll
was
tell
an
him.
impeccable film. So my question is that actors coming from different linguistic and cultural backgrounds, and when they come to these South Indian industries, so how hard it is for an actor and director as well to adapt to that, not just to the language, but also the cultural and the emotional nuances of those that atmosphere. So
I think that comes through with the kind of people you're working with. So your team really helps you do that. So I am based out of Bombay, but I'm trying to do a Tamil film. I can't expect to get the context and everything right by just assuming things. So I had to get a proper team from Chennai who would help me and guide me and tell me that this works culturally, this doesn't work. So you need to surround yourself by people like that who will help you contextualize your story correctly. वो खुद से तो नहीं होगा. वो adapt करने के लिए भी you'll need the people, you'll need support. Same goes with actors also. I think actors also going from north to south, they can't. See, earlier, I think they used to do that where a lot of North Indian actresses used to make their debut in Telugu and they used to not even say the dialogue. They used to just say ABCD4, ABCD, EFGH, like they will just dub it, But that time is also gone. Now actors actually prepare. They read, they learn, they learn the language, they learn the dialogues, they come prepared. So that you have to take that effort to adapt yourself to your material, to the place that you're doing the film in, for sure. There's no other way. Done, ma'am. Sorry. Last. Chalo, fatafat. मैं जा रहा हूँ. No. Last.
I'm sorry. If anyone has more questions, you can meet him during the tea break. Thank you.
They can? Okay. But thank you so much. Thank you, Sunan, once again. Thank you so much for having me over. I know I troubled you a lot, but I'm so sorry. I hope so. I sincerely hope so. But once again, thank you so much for having me over here. All the best to you guys.
Thank you so much, sir. Your reflections on the lessons you learned throughout your
I'll watch.
experiences, as well as your engaging interactions with the students, have given all of us valuable insights. Your encouragement to keep learning how to elevate our storytelling and trying different approaches, as well as taking the initiative to equip ourselves, is highly appreciated.
I would in fact myself that next time when the students are making a shot or something, I don't mind. I will also come and help out, in some way. But just time permits.
I would now
So
like
please
to invite Dr. Shilpa Kalyan onto the stage to give Mr. Nambayar a memento. Now we break for tea. Please return in 10 minutes. Oh, sorry. No, screening. Oh, there's screening. Sorry.
we request everybody to be seated. We are going to start next panel now.
Welcome back. I hope all of you had a refreshing break. Now, from movies, we move to reality and journalism. For our first session today, our speakers, Ms. Anusha Ravi Sood, Mr. Rahul Bidappa, and Mr. Tanay Sukumar will be discussing the changing landscape of news and reporting. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Ms. Anusha Ravi Sood. Ms. Ravi Sood is an exceptional journalist and the editor of the website South First, a new media news platform focused on politics, policy, and culture from the southern part of India, with a special focus on federalism. Through her work with the print, she has brought critical issues to light, such as the Karnataka hijab controversy and the impact of COVID-19 on the garment industry. Beyond her journalism, Ms. Ravi Sood stands as a strong voice against online harassment, everyday sexism, and structural inequalities. She currently heads a team of young journalists at South First, deciphering all things South. Please give a round of applause for Ms. Anusha Ravi Sood. Everyone, let's welcome our next speaker, Mr. Tanay Sukumar. He is the data editor at Mint, one of India's top business publications, where he turns complex numbers into compelling stories about important topics ranging from health to unemployment. Beyond journalism, Mr. Sukumar founded an award-winning satirical website that earned him the Manthan South Asia Award and the World Summit Youth Award, recognizing his bold, creative approach to digital storytelling. By pushing boundaries of modern journalism, Mr. Sukumar is redefining how we understand the world through data. Everybody, let's put our hands together for our next speaker, Mr. Rahul Bidappa. He is the digital editor at Thomson Reuters in Bengaluru. With a career spanning over a decade in journalism, he has consistently played a key role in shaping how news is presented and consumed in the digital space. His voice is not limited to the newsroom, but extends beyond. Mr. Bidappa engages in discussions about media freedom and free speech, journalistic integrity, as well as the importance of an independent press. His dedication to delivering accurate and timely information has strengthened his reputation as a trusted figure in journalism. This session will be moderated by Kanchan Kaur. She has nearly 4 decades of experience in journalism and journalism training. Having worked in major newspapers like the Indian Express, Deccan Herald, and Gulf News, she moved to teach reporting and writing, guiding students to produce fact-based stories within tight deadlines. She has also focused on multimedia journalism, news literacy, and has worked with international institutions like Pointer, Google News Initiative, and the BBC's Young Reporter program. Let's give a huge round of applause. We're looking forward to your insights.
Hello, morning. Can you hear me? No? It's on. It's on. Yeah. Yeah, is this working? No? Yeah. You know, this is made for men's shirts. Isn't it? No, I'll put it. Yeah. They don't think the women are needed for mics. Is it now? Can you hear me? Yeah, thanks. All right, so after all that excitement, let's come back a bit to reality. The way we look at it, the way we were discussing earlier, if you asked all of them where they got their news from, it would be Instagram today. It used to be Facebook at one point, and then it went to Twitter, and then now it's Instagram. And so if we are going to look at how we're going to be catering, if that's going to be our audience, and we are looking at how things are changing. So can we just talk about how you are dealing first with changing audiences, changing landscapes in the media, and then we take it from there? Yeah, would you like to start? Rahul, would you like to start?
Hi, my name is Rahul. I work for an international, Reuters is known as, is the world's oldest wire agency, and I work for their digital side. So I'm one of the editors on Reuters.com, which is global news really. It's not India specific, but it's global news. So my day involves, and yes, it does involve getting some news from Instagram, but it also involves a whole lot of reading to know what's happening, to know why it's happening, and while at work, making sure that news is put out timely, in a timely fashion, and also that it's credible. So that, fortunately for me, because I work in a really large organization, the stories are done, and we work around, the more commercial aspect in terms of making headlines look a little more snappy, blurbs being a little more readable, stuff like that. But yes, my entire day is spent working with news. As interesting as Bijoy Nambiar's session was about how to write stories, I'll just leave you with one thought, is that if you all read news with more interest and intention, maybe you'd have more fodder for stories and more ideas. Because I think eventually movies tell us stories that are happening in a different way. Yeah.
Yeah. Go on.
Hi. So, I'm somewhere, I think, between the Gen Z and the generation that looks down upon, except you, looks down upon the innovations in content and like social media, AI, etc. So I think I can appreciate sort of both sides of the story. And one way I think the social media has really helped is in connecting with your audiences. So a lot of our reporters say it's not necessary that Mint's social media handle itself is something that we rely on for engagement. Like a lot of reporters also form their own social media bases, which is important for distribution of their stories, forming engagement and connect with their audiences. Now, why that's even more important today is that it's at a time when the trust in media is sort of in a doldrums. Hearing it directly from the people who are producing that content hearing it directly from the people who are producing the content, as well as, I think it's not, am I audible?
Take the other mic.
And it also gives the opportunity to journalists to sort of share if they want to, share the process that goes behind producing that content. All that builds transparency and a connection, which ultimately can also lead to trust. So I think it's, while the crux of journalism, the stories that we do will may remain sort of same as what it used to be, with some innovations. The new aspect that social media has brought in is being able to distribute it in a way that is more friendly to newer audiences, with the caveat that if you want the full story, that's right there, that's on the link, right? So I think that's one important way we look at social media.
Yeah, Anusha.
All right. Hello, everyone. For those of you who are interested in journalism, thank you. For those of you who are not interested in journalism and are here for attendance, my apologies. Nonetheless, since you are here and you're stuck with us for the next few minutes, opening remarks, I just would like to say change, I think, is the constant. When I entered journalism, that was about 15 years ago, WhatsApp journalism and social media journalism were the new things. WhatsApp journalism, when I say, I know it is a derogatory term today, because basically all your information comes on WhatsApp. You just pick it up, publish it the following day, or you broadcast it. But when WhatsApp became a thing, when I entered newsroom as a journalist, it was a great tool for collaboration, because I'll give you an example of legal journalism. Any of you follow live law, bar and bench? Yeah, wonderful, great. It's extremely difficult for one, so in a newspaper you would have probably one legal court reporter. It is extremely difficult for that one reporter to keep tab of everything that's happening from your high court or your sessions court to whatever. But there are so many cases that are coming up. So when I entered journalism, WhatsApp was a great tool for you to be friends with reporters in the same beat. Beat reporting was a thing then. So that, and social media then came up later, and social media became this go-to place for news about your celebrities, about new fads, lifestyle and health reporting became a huge thing because of social media, because all your influencers were there, etc. And much before me, a generation of journalists before me did not have the privilege of WhatsApp or social media. They depended on landline phone lines. I have a colleague, even today, I have a colleague who is 69 years old, and he's supremely active. He can put my 22-year-old interns to shame. And he told me about this one story. When he came back, he was in the civic beat, and he came back, he filed his copy, but he didn't get the initials of the commissioner. And his editor refused to publish that copy until he got the initials of that commissioner. Please remember, this was an era when there were probably landlines in some offices, only in the highest officer's office, and you didn't have the numbers. So he had to go to the civic agency's office and wait and get his name. He didn't meet the officer. He relied on the board that's outside the officer's office. Anybody ever visited a government office? Ever? Yeah. Familiar with the concept of boards outside? Yeah, that's where he got his information from. So that's that. And now probably when you enter newsrooms, it will be in the era, we are already in the era of AI. And by the time you enter newsrooms, as some of you, I'm hoping, will, it will be a new challenge. It will be a new change. So I do think change at the end of it is constant. You have to keep upskilling yourself. You have to, even today I feel that my youngest colleague has more to offer in terms of technology, in terms of how to use information, in terms of how to use a lot of analytical tools as well. Something that I didn't have the privilege of learning in colleges like probably you do right now. So you will become an asset in the newsroom tomorrow thanks to this change. And I think as a younger generation, you should be embracing it and put these seniors in their places. Because clearly, we do not know a lot of things that you come graduating with, and
Thanks,
we'll
Anusha,
discuss
for that.
more.
That's really interesting. But having said that, and that we do take a lot of, we're using social media a lot more to get our sources, putting out polls, doing surveys, doing all kinds of reporting on social media. Is that changing the way we write news? Is that changing the way we are reporting news? And is that leading to a question of trust? What do you think?
I think Anusha, being a reporter,
Yeah. Yeah.
Trust, definitely yes. I don't know how many of you watch television news. I would just like to give you a classic example of how social media has actually created, not just social media. Okay, let me correct this. It's not social media that has created a credibility crisis. I think the misuse of social media or the misuse of any tool.
Yeah.
In Kannada, there is a well-known phrase. It's called Mangan Kail Manike. Anybody knows Kannada? All right. Mangan Kail Manike is basically mean what happens when you give a precious stone to a monkey. It doesn't know how to use it. It's simple. It'll abuse it. It'll throw it away. I do think social media or any other new tool that we use in a newsroom is precisely like that. If you misuse it, then you're responsible for the outcomes, but you can always use it in a wonderful manner. For example, since some of you might have seen television, does anybody remember this episode when two news anchors read out a WhatsApp forward of Chinese soldiers' names?
No,
Yeah.
they wouldn't remember that.
No, I do see one hand going up. Yeah, very, very nice to know. So there was this really important issue of a skirmish between Indian and Chinese forces. And somebody forwarded a WhatsApp message that said Indian forces also killed so many soldiers, and two news anchors of a very prominent channel started reading it out. Now, this is not some intern. This is not some newbie who has entered the newsroom. These are seasoned journalists, political journalists, as they claim, and they did that. On the contrary, you see a newsroom like, say, an independent newsroom like Scroll, The Wire. They also do stories from social media, whether it is statements, whether it is quotes. Reporters Collective does a lot of their investigative reportage, and they support their investigative claims using social media as a tool. If you need to trace the relationship between person A and person B, on paper you might not see something, but on their social media profile you will see that they have met at some point in time at some event, and then you create a timeline. So ultimately, social media too is a tool, but has it changed the way we consume news and we produce news? Yes, to a great extent. Today in newsrooms, we have something called digital desks. And within the digital desk, we have something called social media desk, whose primary job is to just trace what's happening on social media. So any person can claim anything, a doctor. There are a lot of these social media personalities that have become famous. And because they are so famous on social media, the best example I can give is somebody, this doctor named Liver Doctor. Anybody heard of him? Yeah, it's a social media phenomenon, right? You trust this person because he's a doctor. But like him, there are so many other doctors who contradict his own claims. The job of a journalist is not to copy-paste both of that. The job of a journalist is to, if you're a health reporter, to check, verify, and do it. It's not that these things didn't exist before. These things didn't exist online before. So it's got more to do with whether you're sticking to your principles and basics of journalism, because at the end of it, everything else you build on, but the foundation remains the same. Your ethics of journalism, your basics of journalism, the small little things, something like independently verifying news, verifying the source of your news. All of these things, I think, remain constant. As long as you're sticking to your basics, everything else is an add-on.
But Tane, as an audience editor, are you then consciously looking at how that report is going to go out? How is it going to be written so that the audience will actually read it? Is that happening? Are you tweaking? Because when you first had search engines, you had headlines being written on this whole SEO basis, right? And which a lot of us threw a bit of a fit on. But then we started complying with it and said, okay, it has to be SEO, it will be SEO. But has it gone beyond that, and how?
Yeah, so like when it comes to our digital subscription business in particular, there's a lot of focus on putting out very high quality content, where it may be very difficult to have an SEO-led headline, right? And so we are always at sort of loggerheads with, the SEO team trying to tell us what kind of keywords should go in, or what kind of keywords should go in the headline, in the summary, in the first paragraph, and so on. So those issues, I think that's sort of a rite of rite of passage, which will take us through to take the media through to the next step, where it might hopefully be better, easier to survive on our own. But right now, when you want advertising revenue, you want multiple kinds of revenue streams. So it is difficult to tackle those questions. Now, what social media helps with, so that's the story part, like the story, how you write a paragraph, how you write the headline, etc. So we do face those contentions. For social media, it's very important to sort of not necessarily dumb it down, but to make it briefer. And there, I think AI is very helpful. Of course, not without human oversight. But AI is making that process a little easier to summarize more accurately, because usually social media teams across newsrooms are running very lean strength, and they are usually not doing the story, right? So it's difficult for them to, and the reporter who is actually doing the story may not have that finesse. I myself face a lot of difficulty to just, I'll edit a 900-word piece very nicely, but to write a tweet out of it, I just don't.
Yeah.
So for reporters, that's a lot of reporters can be a very tough thing. And for social media teams are too constrained to figure out the crux of so many stories every day.
Yeah, but doesn't Mint have this terrible habit, should I say, of of a different headline in the print paper and another headline on your online sometimes?
We do, yes. And I think
so I can't find that story online. I look at the paper, I've got a headline, I go look for it online, I can't find it because the headline's changed.
I think most organizations do that because the print headline, what looks good in print may not, always be the best on, like for example, an opinion piece, talking about opinion, say the print piece can have a headline, Trump's tariffs must stop, like an authoritative kind of headline, but that's not a headline you would use in use online. That doesn't work at all. There you might want to write like why Trump's tariffs are a bad idea, right? So, so that is, I think, part of making pieces more web friendly, so to speak.
No, just to follow up with what he's saying is that sometimes those headlines are crafted or drafted after you've seen keywords that have sort of been circulating online, and then you write a headline which has those words which seem to be doing well on the internet. And so you craft out a different headline a little later where you try to match those words, or if it just not purely SEO, it's just that whole slant of the story, if you can bring that out. Sometimes being very ethical about what you're trying to say, you put out a headline which just states the facts. That may not be what the audience eventually is looking for from that particular story.
So like Tanay said, do you really use AI then at Reuters to summarize your stories, give it headlines?
We have started using, not to write headlines or anything as yet. We are Reuters having all three, that is text, video, and photography. We have started using AI in some of our processes to sort of make it faster, because it's unbelievable how many stories the Wire spits out every minute for us. So we have a problem of plenty, and but we have huge. For example, I'll give you an example which you all might understand. Like, using AI is a great idea, but it doesn't always work. In golf, you have a Tiger Woods headline. AI has for us picked up the photograph of a forest because the headline said Tiger Woods. I mean, it's something as blatant as that, I mean, so you can't allow that to go out. So while we are still at that stage, I don't know how it is in other newsrooms, but at Reuters, we are using AI. In fact, I've seen a lot of Indian online publications which say that this story has not been written by the bureau, and that it is, so I am presuming some of them recently is, they are AI copies.
They are using AI to write copy to do with stocks, to do with the weather, which is just basically putting together data. But how do you use it?
Right. Just to add, other than text stories, for example, Scroll also does AI-generated videos. Podcasts, AI-generated videos, but also, again, on topics that do not require as much human intervention or attention. Generic stories, lifestyle, fat stories, environment stories, etc. But core news stories, journalistic, investigative pieces, etc., still need new human intervention. In our newsroom, for example, we've understood that AI helps in collaborating with non-English newsrooms to a great extent, because I'm sure a lot of students here are most comfortable with English, but in our experience with a lot of non-English newsrooms, when we try to collaborate with, since ours is a South-focused website, we are actively looking to partner with language websites, Kannada, Telugu, Tamil, Malayalam, and we've understood that there is great, rich journalism in these language portals, in language newspapers. Generally, what happens is, what is conventional media, what television, newspaper, they're still not open to the concept of collaboration as much as digital media is. For example, we collab with The Wire, we carry their stories and we have a knowledge exchange and they carry ours. We also have the same understanding with, say, an Edina in Kannada. So I think digital journalism that way is far more tolerant as well as welcoming to collaborative journalism, and AI has helped us to an extent, especially with the language portals. It requires of course, a human intervention in figuring out whether AI has been able to translate and retain the meaning of what that particular piece is. Because let's understand, for Reuters, maybe since primarily an English sourced wire, AI may help to a greater extent. But when you're dealing with regional language, Indian languages, AI maybe in the next 10 years it'll be better, but as of today, it is very elementary. It is very basic. Most often than not, it's not just Tiger Woods. Most often than not, it doesn't understand the grammar, the structure, even the meaning of words when it comes to. But to a great extent, human intervention is still needed, but there is a lot of scope. And I do think one of the biggest advantages that of AI in the newsroom is you keep breaking newer barriers.
Yeah, so that was my next question. So what boundaries are you testing? Go on, Tanay, about using AI in the newsroom.
Yeah, so actually, it's not like we put the story in the AI chatbot and get the headline and copy paste it.
Yeah.
And when I say human oversight, that's still not sufficient. What AI helps, AI chatbots are really helping in is helping us push our creativity. Like, it will give you a kind of a headline, some kind of a phrasing, which might click something in your mind, and you might be able to come up with. So it gives you the goods mostly, because it can't mostly give you a perfect headline or perfect summary. But it gives you the goods a lot of times, which saves time on the part of the desk. And in fact, a senior copy desk colleague, when I suggested using, and even the editor-in-chief is very bullish on using AI, trying AI for headlines. And when we suggested, so the colleague actually said that that I don't want that to become of my job. Like, what will I do then? But when he actually started using that and saw the results, then it just saves a lot of time and effort in crafting that very headline. And you can use that time for something else.
Absolutely.
To add to what he's saying is that if you have if one of you is working in the newsroom, using AI can help you use your time better. You're far more efficient because, for example, in our newsrooms, we have one person using the story. That means they're dealing with video, photographs, and the text copy. And now, putting that whole thing together can be done if a journalist is an online journalist, desk person is taking, say, about 7 to 10 minutes on one story. AI can do that in maybe a minute. So if you save around 9 to 10 minutes on each story, but like Anusha said, we are still at the stage where it needs to be overseen. So someone needs to check if that headline is correct, it matches, the pictures match with that story. It also needs to see if everything is in order. And when I say this as an international news desk, if we're covering war, if you have a story on war, and if it pertains to an attack which happened 2 days ago, you can't use those pictures. You need today's pictures for today's attack. Otherwise, it's not exactly accurate. It's misinformation to some degree. So as of now, we're still, AI hasn't gotten there as yet for that level of accuracy or that level of perfection.
Yeah, but I think some language newsrooms are using AI in a very interesting manner. The other day I heard about Amar Ujala. What it does, it has stringers all over the country, and it gets them to speak in their language on a phone call, 5 or 6 sentences of the story. They put it through translation, and then they get AI to write a story. And then, of course, finally they say that someone's looking at that story, but they say that it saves them a lot of time that we spent on Moffisil desks trying to decipher what this person's trying to say. So I think that in that way, I think AI has helped a lot.
Also in research.
Yeah.
In newsrooms, you actually have a research desk, and mostly it's the interns who get that job. You are supposed to go look at, the history of industrial revolution if you're doing a story about how Trump's tariffs are going to impact the entire global economy. Now AI can do that faster. You just still need to do. So historical facts. Oh, very interestingly, has anybody used Perplexity or Grok? Or is AI?
I've used Grok.
Do you guys like the results that you see? Do you think it's more believable than a news agency or a news report? Wait. Right. Right. Correct. Exactly. So we win. AI can just kidding. AI can only compile, like I said, but compilation sometimes takes away a lot of your burden of going through volumes of documents or going through multiple websites. So I think that is also something that newsrooms are using AI for research.
Yeah, and they're also using them, like you said, to create podcasts and videos. So with all this kind of amount of AI-generated content, so what boundaries are being tested here? What boundaries are being pushed? Where are we?
The boundaries of common sense.
Okay.
To be honest, I know I say this also with a lot of seriousness when I say boundaries of common sense are being tested, because what happens, like I said, what happens with any kind of tool is that either you use it to make your work better, or you use it for complacency. That somebody else is doing the job, a tool is doing your job, so you don't have to do it. I do think with AI, with social media, with all the new tools that newsrooms are using today, a section of journalism has become very lazy because everything is so easily available to you. But what is true is that there is no substitute for human intelligence, no matter what beat, no matter what platform of I will cite an example. Like I said, every newsroom today has a social media desk, and primarily it is the entire resource there is to trace what's happening on social media. It so happens that even very popular conventional news websites like Times of India carry nonsense that is posted by somebody somewhere because it is viral, with no fact checks, just because a visual is has captured your attention. I will cite an example, I think very recently, of say a very common example in Bangalore about a customer and an auto driver fighting. The visuals are so alluring, you can connect to it because you travel, you take an auto, so you feel like it's a part of your everyday life. What happens with these social media desks is there is no check. The basics of journalism of your 5 Ws in 1H, that doesn't happen. There is nobody sitting there to do reportage on it. Whatever you see as being reported based on that post, even the news articles we'll read as so-and-so person posted it, and based on this post, this is what. For all you know, it could be a different story altogether. And this is a age-old problem of narrative versus fact. I think a lot of these tools have made some section of journalism very complacent, and it's high time that you go back to basics to count. That's the only way. You can use this as a tool, as a source of information, of course, but you should always go back and verify the check veracity of things.
So Tanay, is that blurring, say, the border, is that wall between editorial and business also in some ways?
So I think no tool in itself is going to impact those boundaries, right? It's not like when the printing press came in the 14th or 15th century, whenever the ethics of how a book is to be written changed, right? The same is here. What I think in the case of the media, the boundaries get tested mostly because of revenue models, and if like there is trashy content being put out by reputed news websites, it's not because of social media or AI by itself, but because those tools possibly at this stage of history for the next 5-10 years pushed businesses into a model that was relying on, say, just chasing page views, very high traffic, because of struggles of their own, right? So I think that, as I said earlier also, the editorial and business will always be at loggerheads. But I think any collaborative effort will find solutions which work for both.
I know we said editorial and business will always be at loggerheads, but I think it's a little different in new age, at least independent digital news.
That's the impression I got.
Yeah,
I agree because I mean I think it's the nature of the beast as it is evolved.
we were just before this session, we were all in the break room, and Tanay agreed with me when I said conventional newsrooms have far more resources than independent newsrooms, so they can afford to have that demarcation, that editorial will not interfere with marketing, marketing will not interfere with editorial. In independent newsrooms, you don't have that luxury. One, primarily because your sources are so limited, you're pretty much working on a shoestring budget. There are newsrooms of Article 14. Anybody reads Article 14? And it's a very popular line of Summer. Summer is the founder of Article 14, and he says they only have one person as a salaried staff on Article 14. But the kind of journalism they put out, marvelous, exceptionally good journalism. So the larger the newsroom, the better quality is no longer really is true. It's no longer true.
Yeah.
It's no longer true. I paused at the wrong time. But because we are in independent newsrooms today, we actually have to be the marketing team as well as the editorial team. But I think the challenge there lies in how much of sacrifice or how much are you willing to let go on the editorial side to make up for the marketing side. Most digital newsrooms, independent newsrooms will say they will not compromise. It is all right if the marketing component of your news, of your journalism is or business rather, business of journalism. Even if I take a hit on the marketing end, I will rely on readers. I will read on subscribers.
Yeah, so I remember the story Vinod Mehta had once. Vinod Mehta was the editor or founding editor in some ways of Outlook magazine. And he talked about a marketing meeting where he had, and they kept talking about how, you know, they have to increase circulation. So he said, you bring me what are the issues that had the most circulation? And he said, and those were the issues that had the best investigative stories. And so his point was, it's the readers, exactly like you said, have the stories. Does that still hold true?
I think so. I mean, from my numbers I see on the website, like I said, it's not India specific, it's global, but I do agree with that it's eventually the readers who decide what makes news.
So if the readers are them, how are you going to change what's
Well,
making news?
I'd like to ask them firstly if they do read news on social media, on your platform of choice. A, do you read news on social media? Are you looking out for your friends and family and things like that? And if you're reading news, what kind of news are you reading? That's important. So for us to know. So I'm just asking if one or two people can say what they read on social media in terms of news.
Or all the work we do is wasted.
Yeah.
Clearly nobody is reading what we are doing.
Can someone give him a mic?
Yes.
Yeah.
Right, so I'm saying what you consider as important for you, I'm assuming that's what you consume, and what is that? Right, so what is that?
Football.
Okay, football, okay. Anybody else? Yes. Sorry?
Sports
Mostly
section.
sports, okay.
Yeah, but that's why that's nothing new. That's why we've always had sports sections at the back, because you don't look at the front page, you just flip over and you look at the back. And they start in the back page and then they go on to the penultimate pages.
Okay, a simpler question. How many of you read papers at all? I mean, like
Nobody.
any section, even if it's Bangalore Times or whatever it is.
I get 4 at home.
Okay, so you do read the papers, okay. And how, if one of you may stand up and say, how interested are you in the local politics of the day? You are interested. Is it of the region that you're living in or of the country? And do you access that on social media? Okay, he says no, she says yes. Yes, please. Sure.
So there you have. So then how are you then reworking, or how are you looking at, is that changing the way you're addressing them?
Okay, I'll just one sentence and I'll pass it on to them. For us as a website, we follow the clock, which means we do morning, we do Asia. Towards the afternoon, evening, we move to the continent of Europe. And then towards later evening, we move to the US. So the news on the website follows that track. For an Indian, as I say, we all live here, we wake up in the morning, you'll find news on Asia, and then slowly as the day progresses, and when I say Asia, I mean India as well, and then as the day progresses, you will move to Europe and the UK, and then you will move to the US. So that's how we do it.
Yeah, so then how do you land up catering to an audience like that when you're saying that that marketing and business and don't collaborate and you need more readers, and if these are your readers, then how do you work around that?
So, in fact, going back to that editorial and business thing and this question in conjunction, I think it's not just about what, like if everyone wants to read sports, it's not like we'll start producing only sports stories, right? It's a sort of a two-way street where what we might have to say may also be essential. And particularly for a large news website or a large news organization which covers topics across beats. Now, where editorial and business and product teams, etc., come into the picture is in the manner of distribution of that content. So perhaps you may have a very insightful national, like how a particular Supreme Court what a particular Supreme Court judgment means. Now, that may be a very boring topic for most of us, but if we collaborate with the product teams, and I know that's a luxury only much larger newsrooms have, then it may be possible to sort of produce the same thing in a different manner that may be more suited to younger audiences, and maybe even help pique their interest in that topic. So, and that's where I think that collaboration between these two editorial and non-editorial sides come into the picture, because if there are, and this is something that journalists do need to understand, is that they often stay away from the non-business side, and that may not hold true for everyone, but there need to be some journalists who are also engaging with the other side, because if not, then the product teams and the tech teams may come up with, in the digital environment that we have, may come up with solutions that are not grounded in journalism, in good journalism. So journalists make the mistake of thinking that when they are working with the tech teams of their organizations, they are plotting their own downfall. but that's not the case. That may even help them reach bigger audiences.
Very quickly, to just address what we've done in a lot of newsrooms, what we do these days. Earlier in digital newsrooms, you used to have profiling of your readers. I know profiling sounds like a very shady term, but you basically profile your readers in terms of where do they consume their news from. I'll just cite an example of South First. We've understood that your generation, the younger generation, you get your news from Instagram to a huge extent. Slightly older millennials like us, we are still sticking to Twitter. Then there is somebody who is still looking at Meta or Facebook for their information. And then there is the YouTube generation, and now there is a change even within those who consume news from YouTube. People no longer watch long 10-minute, 15-minute, 20-minute videos anymore. Everybody is in the era of reels. So the newsrooms are also upscaling and adapting themselves. For example, we are now converting text stories into more visually appealing graphic plates, like Indian Express does. There's a great Instagram channel. Indian Express has Quint was the first, probably as I recall, one of the first websites that made interactive news reading a thing. And a lot of newsrooms like Scroll, they are also continuing with that. Live Law and Bar and Bench, who knew legal reportage can be so fun even to read? So I do think a lot of these newsrooms are now identifying the source of their audiences, where they consume their news from, and are able to, say, change the format of how they present their news. But in the era of reels, I think we're competing, news as an industry is actually competing with infotainment, which was primarily television news earlier, and now you have influencers, you have reel makers, you have this 1 minute content, squeeze everything in a minute, so that's the attention span we have. So we're adapting, but it's a huge, huge challenge. There is no doubt that it's a challenge. That's where we think newer journalists, children who are coming, students who are coming from institutes like yours, are far more well equipped to tell us what their generation or the younger generation needs than those of us who have spent, let's say, many, many decades in the newsroom.
Yeah, so that's what I was asking. So that means that a lot of them will get jobs.
Yes, yes, all of you will get jobs as long as you're interested in journalism.
So what are the skills that they're going to need to get that job? What do they need to do in order to get that job?
No, I just said, Kanchan said that, everybody's going to get a job, new journalists are going to get a job. I said, anyone interested in telling a story is going to get a job. And essentially that's what journalists do. They tell stories, they tell authentic stories, and they tell it truthfully and without bias, so that the reader or the viewer or the consumer can make up their mind whether it's good or bad or right or wrong. But essentially, and I'm sorry for sounding a little philosophical because I'm old, but it is, you make up your mind about what's right and what's wrong and what's good and bad based on what you hear, and hopefully you hear authentic, honest stories. So yes, everybody's going to get a job as long as you are going to be honest and truthful to what you're doing.
And as long as you're willing to adapt.
Absolutely.
Like how many of you remember cyber cafes? And STD and PCO booths? Oh, many.
Really?
Okay.
That is shocking.
I didn't expect
that
the
is
S to
shocking,
that.
yes.
Been looking at pictures your parents brought down or something, because I have not seen a STD PCO booth forever in the country.
Really.
So if you had a cyber cafe or a PCO booth right now in your locality, would you go there? No, you wouldn't go, because you the problem that they used to solve back then in the 90s, that's not a problem anymore, right? Does that mean that STD PCO booth owners and the cyber cafe owners are out of jobs now? No, that they must be doing something else now, because, and if they had the ability to adapt, and if they knew that this is like the times have changed, and if making communication easier is my purpose in life, then I need to do something else now, which is more relevant with the current generation. Again, going back to the example of printing press, when that came, the people said that this is blasphemy, right? So, so the same for journalism. You are, I think, Kanchan, a perfect example of how you have been so open to adapting and not just adapting, but also sharing that knowledge with youngsters, and tweaking your curriculum every time there was something new. So that openness is very essential if you are going to be a journalist, if you want to enter any industry, like not just. So that quintessential question of, is AI going to take away our jobs? The answer is cyber cafes. Like they had to go. If you as a consumer won't go to cyber cafes anymore, then why as a producer of content, as a journalist, would you produce something that no one is willing to consume anymore? So you would have to adapt every time the world changes.
What do you think? Will they get jobs if they apply to you?
Absolutely,
and
yes.
what do they need to get jobs? I mean, what do they need to do to get jobs? What are the skills? What are the attitudes, actually?
First, be willing to learn, primarily. Yeah. I was saying, two things as journalists we require is one. I know it sounds like a very boring thing to say, but empathy is actually, I believe, personally, is a very important quality for a journalist who's on field. Now on desk, it's a different thing. If you enter a newsroom as a reporter, it's a different thing. As an editor, it's a different thing. Editors need to be perfect when it comes to their language, whichever language it is that you are engaging your profession in. As a reporter, I think empathy is primarily a mandatory thing for any reporter. At least I personally believe so. It has actually helped me not just understand what my role is, but also understand that my lived experiences are extremely different from those on whose lives I would be reporting. I'll cite an example. Sometimes, I don't know about others. I was just telling Rahul and Tanay that I don't know about others, but I decided I want to be a journalist when I was 12, 13 years old. And I've only wanted to be a journalist. I've never had any doubts of, I didn't know if I'll make a living out of it, if it's going to be a career. I didn't even know if anybody would hire me at that point in time. But nonetheless, I decided there are reasons that you choose to be in this field. And a lot of people would agree that you have to be slightly on the spectrum to want a career in journalism. Slightly.
Not really.
Okay. Not really. Kanjan disagrees. It is because it takes, one, you have to be extremely careful in the way you acknowledge that your work is actually going to make a difference to a lot of others. Other than just your own career, other than just your own life, it is actually going to make a difference in the lives of different people that you report on. So I think empathy primarily. Second, I do think, again, I know I can't stress enough on the basics. I truly believe that the problem with the newsroom today is that we have a lot of people who are journalists but do not have a background in journalism. They've not studied to be journalists. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. There are a lot of journalists who are very popular, like Rajdeep Sardesai. He's never studied journalism, but he's one of the most popular journalists. But when you study journalism, you bring with you the foundation on which you can learn anything in a newsroom. So the attitude that you come to a newsroom with is one, that you're confident about your foundation, that you know this is what you want to do. You've learned how to be a journalist, what it means to be a journalist, what the value of your work is, the responsibility you have, because you're going to impact far more people than you would imagine. But the willingness to learn in any newsrooms, like both of them have stressed on it, adapting to your challenges is primarily important. Two, don't let a newsroom whose primary line of thinking contradicts your own, don't let that become your voice. Always have your own voice. Even if your newsroom perhaps is your editorial line, a lot of you may end up in conventional newsrooms, and a lot of you may not be fans of conventional newsrooms today, but it is okay to disagree as long as you can reason and justify why you're disagreeing with something. So having that sound, clear idea of why you're saying, what you're standing for, what you are willing to learn, and what is the extent to which you're going to toe the line that you may not agree with, is also a balance. As far as skills are concerned, I do think all of you are far more skilled than most of your colleagues that you may join in the newsroom when it comes to technology, when it comes to the tools you know how to use, when it comes to your ability to dabble in multiple things. A lot of your older colleagues in the newsroom may have come from a particular background, newspapers. They are good at writing. They may have come from television. They may be good at audiovisual. But you probably know a little bit of that, a little bit of this. You know, you are already equipped to be in a newsroom that is multimedia in its very essence. And I think it's a great capital. And all you have to do is invest in yourself more and your skill more, and you'll be a great asset to any newsroom.
Thank you. Shall we have some questions?
I just want to add one thing to what she said. When she said empathy is the first quality that you need to be a journalist, I completely agree. And then there's another thing which you might think you might not have, because all of you all are very young, but I think all of you all have, because as you doom scroll your Instagram feed every day, I'd look at people you're never going to see and never going to meet and never going to, be like them. The fact that you're interested in somebody else is a very good thing, okay? And I really genuinely believe that. Because believe me, I doom scroll and I spend a lot of time doing absolute nonsense on Instagram. But I'm deeply interested in people. And I think as long as you have empathy and you have interest in people, I think you can tell a human story. And I think that's very, very important. And I'll give you a small example. She's a reporter, and she's gone out in the field, and she's met people and then told their stories. I haven't. I'm a desker. I've always been a desker. But I must give you one small example. I was in a television newsroom in Bombay when the Bombay blast in July 2005 happened. And I had finished a shift and gone back to sleep because I had done a night shift. And I woke up and I had no clue of what had happened. I just saw missed calls. We didn't have smartphones then back. I mean, I couldn't afford a smartphone on my salary. So I had one of those small Nokia phones, and I just saw missed calls. And first was my parents, so I called them back, and they said, they've been blasted. Are you okay? I said, yeah, I was asleep. So I had no idea they were blasted. And then I looked at television. It was a huge task. I used to live in a suburb, and if anybody who's from Bombay or who knows Bombay knows that Bombay is lengthwise, north to south, so it's very difficult. You have to go north to south or south to north. And with great difficulty, I made my way to office because we were all decks on hand. Everybody was required to be at the office. You know, I saw a sea of humanity going to office. There were no local trains. That's the lifeline of that city. Everybody was walking home. And standing on the street on road dividers were people holding food in their hand. They were holding casserole dishes and other bartans that they had cooked their food in. And some people had water bottles. And they were just asking you, have you eaten? Have you drunk something? Do you need something? Okay? And it took more than 2.5 hours to get to work, and a lot of money, because cabs were, you know, charging few hundred rupees per seat in a small. Those days, anyone from Bombay will know what a Kali Pili is. It's just those old Premier Padminis that we used to call taxis. I reached office. We worked the whole night. I'm not a reporter. I sat at the desk, taking in stories that reporters were sending in or were broadcasting live. But you know, when I went home the next morning, we'd put out enough news to help people get home safely, helpline numbers, hospital numbers, stories of people who were stranded or had lost their loved ones or could not find their loved ones. And all of that combined, the next morning when day broke and we had to get back home, we went home. I took the train back in Bombay by 4 a.m. next morning. I took a train back home. I had a great sense of satisfaction. For what reason, I don't know. Maybe I was just younger and less cynical. But I had a great sense of satisfaction that I think I helped people in the city that I lived in. And I think I helped some people by being part of that news dissemination source. So yes, empathy is what you need the most, and you need to be interested in other people, but it's a very, very gratifying, very, very satisfying career, let me tell you that. Yeah.
Thank you. Questions?
Fortunately, journalism, you may not need a journalism course for that because journalism has quite an open heart.
Yes. Yeah, Tanya is an engineer, right? Yeah. Yes.
Hello everyone. I'm Meenakshi. I just want to say that you were talking about how an education in journalism is important, but I just wanted to say that technically you don't need to study journalism to be a journalist, right? Like if you have, as you said, sir, the empathy, the want to know people and their stories, you can be a journalist. So we're not just competing with other people who are studying journalism, but also everyone else. So I just wanted to know, what are your opinions on the media industry being so saturated and all of us genuinely being scared about getting a job? I know you all can sit over there and be optimistic and tell us we can get a job, but it's not that easy. So I just wanted to know about that.
I like how you think we're all sitting here optimistic being in the field. But okay. No. Well, see, it is true. Good stories can come from anywhere. So you don't need to, don't need to mandatorily study journalism to be a good journalist. That's why I said there are a lot of us who do not have a background in journalism, but who understand what journalism is. That is all the field needs. As far as saturation is concerned, I don't think that is something you should really worry about. There have been, see, ever since I was a student, I was always told the newspaper is dead. No, not true. We still have newspapers, we still read it. In fact, your professors recommend that you read newspapers. I don't know how many of you do it, but you still recommend that you read. News is here to stay. Journalism is here to stay. The way it is done perhaps will change. 50 years ago, journalism was done differently. Today, it is done differently. 20 years from now, it will be done differently. but there is always an audience for good stories. You may not need a degree, but journalism can come from anywhere, good stories can come from anywhere. So if you're worried about having jobs, I would only tell you, please don't be worried about that. That should be the last of your concern, whether you'll have a job. You'll always have an audience. As long as you have an audience, you will have an income.
Thank you.
That's actually one of the reasons why you see a lot of independent journalism today. Today you have a lot of freelancers who are doing wonderful jobs. You have independent newsrooms who are not dependent on very big companies to give you jobs. So the nature itself of the field is changing. So I don't think you should have so many doubts about whether there is a future or career in journalism. There definitely is.
I would like to add a point here from a placement coordinator's perspective. That is,
yeah, it's on.
Yeah. So the people who are in the panel right now, when they started their career, the journalism as a specialization was not that necessary, because if they are good in communication, so spoken English or whatever the language journalism is, then it is done. But the fact is that with this competitive world currently, and with this so much of qualified students, when the recruiters need the specialization of journalism, then we can't help it out. So at present, I'll tell you that, from the placement cell side, I'll tell you that there is a necessity of a Bollywood journalist, okay, with a journalism specialization, and there is no one in UG and UG Final Sem and PG Final Sem who is studying journalism. So as a result, we could not float that resume. And also there is one company which actually asked for interns for data journalism with a journalism specialization, but we could not float it. It's all because the specialization is demanded by the HR now, and that's the necessity of the world.
I think it also has to do a lot with attitude, and if you're willing to do anything, like they said, open minds. Right. And I think you want to say
no, just one thing. When I say the scope of journalism has expanded,
yeah.
You don't. When I say you don't just need a newsroom to do journalism, let me also build on it.
Yeah.
As with a degree in journalism, or you being a journalist is an asset to you, say 5 years in your career, there are political parties that want to hire journalists for their own communication cell. There are marketing teams, there are PR companies that actually are looking for journalists, because you come with a huge, not just knowledge of the field, but you also come with your own sources. You have a perspective. This is what I mean. So journalism per se, even if somebody, does not want to continue being a journalist, it still opens up a lot of other venues for you. Political consultancy, a huge new boom of companies in India. Journalism students and journalists per se bring a lot of additional value to any company that they go to, not just necessarily newsrooms, in case career and jobs are your concern.
Also, to add to that, one thing, please remember, no matter what career you all take, don't think your career is your first year or your second year or third year. Look at careers on long windows. So say that if I take this job, what am I going to be doing for 5, 7, 8 years? Okay, so don't look at it that, oh, I got this first crappy job where I'm writing copy about events in Malleshwaram. I'm working for an evening newspaper. I'm just giving a journalistic example.
Okay, it's when you have to edit copy from Mandya is the problem. Tell me about it.
So I'm saying, look at your career from what you're going to do in time spans of, say, 5 years, 7 years, 10 years. Because what you're going to do in a year or two, given changing technology, given changing times, is not an accurate representation of what you're going to be doing. So just think of it as, do I want to do this for X number of years? I know all of you all don't think that much beyond blah, blah, blah. That's all privilege. Great that you all have it. But like I said, think of what you can do on a certain extent. And like she said, you might become a political consultant. You may not know that when you start out. So look at your career in slightly longer spans.
Hello.
Want to say something?
Yeah.
I have...
1 sec. Yeah.
Just a small point. So as both Anusha and Rahul also said, so journalism has several kinds of specializations, right? Like for desk, for data journalism, for social media, etc. There can be several kinds of specializations for which recruiters might want or prefer a degree. But if storytelling is something that you want to do, then you can start right now. You can pitch your story ideas. You can try different formats. You can reach out to news outlets and try your hand. I mean, that can also help you build your portfolio. So that doesn't necessarily require, you'll have to take the initiative yourself if you really want to do something.
Yeah,
A Substack page of your own and start from there.
Yes, even a YouTube channel, they should just start. Yeah.
So my question is, so I've heard this phrase before that journalists hate PR like anything. I've heard this before because of the push of their stories coming mostly on newspapers or even any online website. So how do you manage that? Because I have also myself seen that there are a lot of PR articles coming in, and while being on the front desk and understanding if you should be pushing the story, but you are also under the pressure to push the story as well. So how do you manage that?
I can speak from a desk perspective, and Anusha can speak. You can speak from. This is simple. Let me take an example of an iPhone. To answer your question, let me take an example of an iPhone. For a period in the early, like 2010 to 2015, 16, when there was this surfeit of people, being obsessive about telephones and things like that. Even the word telephone sounds outdated today.
How do you use the word telephone?
So I'm saying that a press release from Apple or Samsung which tells you about their latest phone and you present it just in the manner that it's presented is PR. However, if you have someone who's a reasonable expert who can say how this phone is a progression from the previous one and how it's better than XYZ other products in the market and how it might help you. And besides, or that it's not. So it does not justify its price tag. You could differentiate from the PR. But yes, with online outlets, I've noticed in India that we just have things which literally reproduce the PR release, the press release of this thing, and that is PR. So yes, journalists are wary of press releases and PR copy because it is not very accurate. It may not be very accurate, and it does not give the other side or there's not two points of view in there which are very, very critical to putting out an honest story.
So you're understanding that journalists and PRs don't like each other. I think it stems from the fact that PR is paid better than journalism when you start off. So eventually it will be better. You will become newsroom leaders and you will be able to command the salary that you hope for. I think primarily it is that because you're all studying the same course, your colleague is getting so much so-and-so as their starting salary, and you are getting so much so-and-so as a journalist. But the nature of PR also has changed over the years. Like Rahul was speaking about private PR. There are private PR agencies. Today we live in an era where newsrooms are more than comfortable to accommodate government PR. Yeah. I will cite the example of the Mahakumbh stampede. On the day there was a stampede in Uttar Pradesh's Mahakumbh, the news cycle, if followed with empathy, for the next 3 days should have just been about that stampede and why did that happen and who were the victims in this particular stampede. But within a matter of 2 hours, all that television news channels could carry is how rose petals were being showered on the pilgrims from the same Uttar Pradesh administration. Now for me, that is a PR story that a journalist shouldn't tolerate, if you ask me. If say a friend of mine is in some hospital, let's say Manipal hospital has a new technology, has a new machine that is being introduced and it's going to help so-and-so patients. If it is a matter of public welfare, I don't think there is a harm in publishing it as an informative piece. For example, if there is a government, but the distinction has to be made. This is where I say empathy comes into play. You believe that something is in public good, whether it is coming from a PR agency, whether it is coming from the government. If you believe as journalists that it is for the public good, I see no harm in carrying it. There's no need to fight everything that comes. But if it is a PR narrative, if it is an attempt by PR to change a narrative, to build a narrative, to manipulate and to prioritize non-important things over what journalism should be doing, then that is a problem area, and that's where I think your journalistic ethics should take the front seat.
Also, you take a PR story and then you work on it as a news story. You use that only as a source.
Yes.
You don't use it as a story by itself. Prana.
Can I add a bit to that?
Yeah, sure.
For that question. So actually my WhatsApp status is PR comms, please do not WhatsApp call, please only email. And that's because I have been pushed to that situation, and and what you are saying is absolutely right. And it's not that I mean I get about 15 to 20 PR requests nearly every day, and the problem of ethics is there. But the bigger problem that I have as a journalist is most of them are not relevant to me. Okay, so one suggestion I would give to all the communication students who want to go out into the, and most of these PR professionals who are reaching out for irrelevant stuff, like I don't cover real estate sector. How does it matter to you? You're not doing even basic research about the journalist you are trying to reach out to. And that's really annoying, but I also understand they're under a lot of pressure. And secondly, these are all very young in their first and the second year of their career, which means that they are being thrown under the bus by their seniors. So I think one important thing to keep in mind is just to do your research properly and reach out to the right journalists to avoid WhatsApp status messages like mine.
I think a faculty member has a question.
Hi, this is Subhash. This may be slightly off topic. Just like there are challenges in journalism.
Can't hear you, Subhash, a little louder.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Just like there are challenges in journalism, I wanted to get your opinion or view about photojournalism, because nobody's talking about it. Back then, when we were students, photojournalism was a really challenging career. But over a period of time, there has been drastic changes in terms of the role of a photojournalist. I think very few newspapers today have photo staff or photographers. So where is this going to go? Today I don't think anybody is going to talk about photojournalism as a career. So I thought it will be a nice opportunity to get your opinion on where is this going to go.
If I may, digital journalism, I think multimedia journalism is the culprit here, as far as photojournalism and video journalism is concerned, because we've trained our newsrooms to be single-man operations or single-woman operations, that somebody is also the reporter, also the scriptwriter, also the photojournalist or the video journalist, etc. Eventually, I do think I'm not going to deny the fact that the scope of a photojournalist in digital newsrooms have diminished, but they're not entirely removed. For example, I can cite the example of the print. The print has on-roll photojournalists whose only primary job is, ensuring that the best pictures are taken for the best stories. Not a lot of digital newsrooms, I think, have the bandwidth to accommodate as many staffers as print newsroom have. There's no doubt. But I do think there's a lot of recognition as photojournalists. If you want to make a career out of it, that is probably one field where you can gain international recognition with one project. It would take great commitment, no doubt. I think very recently Bhanu of the Week was awarded for his photojournalism project. So I do think it's a phenomenally important aspect of journalism. It is very unfortunate that digital newsrooms do not have the kind of resources to retain as many photojournalists, but in the era that we are entering, for example, right now you may also have concerns about whether AI is going to make the role of a photojournalist obsolete. I do not think so. In a newsroom, I do not think it's ever going to eliminate the role of a photojournalist. But I agree that we should be making more space for more students who are interested in photojournalism as a whole in the new age newsrooms.
Yeah, but I also see papers like Deccan Herald, which have actually more photojournalists now than they had when I was working. There you had 2 photographers, one in the morning shift, one in the evening shift. Now you have at least 4 or 5 photographers in Deccan Herald itself as photojournalists.
Also youngsters who do multimedia journalism.
Yes, they do lovely work. Yeah.
And the Hindu on its front page carries a photograph every day.
Yes.
Right. So
that's true.
So I'm not like so familiar with this side, but I mean, what I about photojournalism, but I think that because of it's a resourcing constraint for a lot of organizations, because they can get much more from through news agencies. So I think that's been a practical issue. But I think as more photos, brilliant projects get rewarded and noticed, I think that should be the respect for that profession will be there in the newsrooms.
One point. I'm so sorry, I forgot to add this point. Also, the newsrooms are changing to accommodate photojournalists in multiple roles. For example, say 15, 20 years ago, a photojournalist perhaps would just be credited for the photo. These days, because she spoke about Deccan Herald allows their photojournalists to actually do full-fledged features.
And stories.
Pushkar's
been writing.
Yeah, Pushkar is a good friend. We've been colleagues in TNI, and he's been writing. So I do think, just like other journalists, like reporters have to upskill themselves, in a newsroom today, photojournalists also have to look beyond their lenses and actually put words to those images, and there's still a lot of scope for it. And younger students who actually are doing multimedia courses, you are very well equipped to handle both the imagery as well as the words.
Okay, we're going to take just one or two questions.
I just want to say that from a wire agency point of view, photojournalists are very important. I think you remember Danish, who won the Pulitzer, and I mean, he was killed tragically after that, but we require we have, I think, about 490 photographers around the world. And photographs are a very big asset to everything that we do, to our stories especially. And not just our photo stories, but also our text stories.
Yeah, we'll do Tanvi and we'll do Siddhi and maybe Oroshi. And we'll close. You can ask.
I'm not very sure about the recruitment, but yes, there are jobs advertised even in India for photojournalists. Reuters does advertise. In fact, I think there was a job out a few months ago. So yeah, and I think photography today is building your portfolio, and the phone enables it at a much younger age. So that there's a plus and a minus side to that, but no, they are very much in demand.
Yeah, Tanvi.
Hello. Am I audible?
Yeah.
Okay. So I've been primarily for Tanay sir and Rahul sir. I've been working with a tech and business media house for a few years now, and we ended up dealing with a lot of numbers. Which is not a field that I'm coming from. I'm a humanities student, so this was fairly new to me. And Perplexity, like Mama said, I've used various AI as a more of a research tool. On several counts, I've noticed that you get a certain number of figures, data from these AI tools, and then when you go to fact check it, you can't find a backing for it. Now, while we have already established that AI is drawing from existing sources, when you go back to fact check it, you can't find these sources. So where do you think it's drawing these from?
That's a verification you have to do.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the human intervention.
Isn't that also, I mean, and correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't that also the way your tool is designed as to where it takes the inputs from? So it's like I said, we are testing out an AI, in-house developed AI tool, and pretty much the mistakes it's making is based on what we've input as, you know, as the criteria. So.
Yeah.
I think AI, I mean, I would imagine at this stage, yes.
Yeah.
I don't know whether that will be corrected very soon, because AI has progressed so fast, I mean, so rapidly, I don't know. But as of now, I would imagine for fact checking, I don't know if I have not heard of AI being used.
Persevere with it cautiously.
Yes. Yes, Siddhi, quickly.
Yeah, so since we were talking about evolving technologies, especially since lockdown, there has been a boom in platforms like Discord and Clubhouse. And even though most of us don't use it, but we did in lockdown. And news was circulated through those platforms, citing platforms like the Mint and Reuters. And the thing is that these are such micro units that we don't even know, but a lot of people are still using them. So what could be done to curb such misinformation, or in fact disinformation at times?
I think readers have to, it's on the readers, right? See, news organizations can't do anything about it. And it is part of the broader misinformation and disinformation phenomenon. So ultimately, your media literacy is going to be of prime importance there, like having media literacy curriculums in schools for high school students to be able to separate fact from all this. So that is ultimately going to be the solution, and that is going to be a process for the society. It's not because misinformation and disinformation, that will stay. It's more important how you deal with it and how you learn to deal with it.
Okay, last question, Arush. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'll come back to the basic thing. Application of common sense. If something sounds ridiculous, in all likelihood, it is actually ridiculous, which compels you to figure out what really happened. I'll just cite a small example. Yesterday, I think Deccan Herald and the New Indian Express carried a news item. The Chief Minister's economic advisor in Karnataka called Karnataka the #1 corrupt state.
Yeah.
The headline said, Karnataka is #1 corrupt state, says Chief Minister's economic advisor. If it sounds ridiculous, why would the Chief Minister's economic advisor say that? If somebody then went and read the whole copy, the actual quote is, Karnataka is the #1 corrupt state irrespective of who is in power. Chief Minister Siddaramaiah is attempting to curb it. Now, do you see the difference between the headline and what the copy said? That's pretty much it. If something sounds ridiculous, maybe take a step back and give it a thought and see if it sounds so ridiculous, is it really true? Maybe once in a while it could be true, but most often than not it isn't.
Also, just verify just verify whatever you read. If you're, before you forward something that you have read, try and see if it's authentic. See who the person who's tweeting it or whose Instagram handle it's on. And I think when you mentioned COVID, a great example for that was, sorry to bring in that this story, but the great example for that was this so-called Sushant Singh murder investigation. The country was held in rapt attention for months of a story that never was, as we know today. So before you forward anything, before you share anything, when you read something, try to see if it's authentic and if it's accurate. Rather than just saying, oh my God, and your impulse is to forward it. Try and see if it's authentic.
Yeah. Arush, last question.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah. Make it quick, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Orusi. And like Anusha ma'am mentioned already that, like you, I have always been romanticizing journalism. Like since the 8th grade, I knew that I want to get into political journalism. So, because like exposing power or shattering egos has always been fun for me. So, but we know the realities of it in India today, right now. So, and we can see that it is exhausting and it can be thankless at times when it comes to, like we were talking about jobs and stuff. So what would be your advice to someone knowing that there's a lot of risk in this business, in this platform, especially for women, and like if I want to get into political journalism, or if I want to become a woman in power, or if I want to get into politics, for example, what would be your advice to me or any other woman who wants to get into this?
I agree it is challenging. I agree that you may feel that that we live in a very difficult political environment today to pursue journalism, but I guarantee you the satisfaction you find in this job is immense. It could be something as small as, I'll tell you a small little example. You visit government offices and there are so many times, there are so many people standing there in queue, in line, attempting to just get one signature. Maybe you will not be able to help them with a story then, but you can always let the officer know that, you know what, you're taking bribes from them to get a signature. It is very easy for me to do a story on it. It may not work. In my instance, it did work, and that one lady got the help that she needed at that point in time. Was it a journalistic venture? It wasn't, but it was a great satisfaction to know that even that one little act has helped somebody else. The latest example I want to cite is one of my colleagues in Hyderabad. He was the first person to report on the felling of trees in Hyderabad Central University, where 400 acres were being looked at to clear off and sell. It was a Sunday when the entire bulldozing started, and my colleague was there. He was the only journalist there, and the police were rounding off all the protesters. He also got rounded off. He also got detained. He ended up in the police vehicle. Of course, it took us some phone calls. We spoke to the DGP and told them it is ridiculous that you would arrest a journalist or detain a journalist for doing his job. Ultimately, he was let go. But that one act of a journalist of being in that spot on that day led to a nationwide coverage of that report. And today, the Telangana government has dropped its plans of going ahead with the destruction of this piece of land. Because we're a small newsroom, I'm sure a lot of people will not give credit to my colleague for being the first journalist there. But it doesn't matter if he gets the credit for being the first journalist there. He knows that he made a difference just by being there, covering that particular story. If you're looking for outside appreciation, you may find it. Definitely you will find, you'll work with newsrooms, you'll work with editors, you'll work with readers who will be full of appreciation for you, but you may also end up in a newsroom that doesn't necessarily recognize your work. And that is where you should know that you have to appreciate yourself, one, for choosing a profession that actually impacts far more people than anybody else. In your entire lifetime, I'm sure somebody who's doing a 9-to-5 job will probably not touch as many lives directly or indirectly without you knowing or knowing ever. But you would know that yours is a profession of impact. And with the profession of impact comes a certain responsibility. And sometimes you have to pat yourself on the back and say, okay, good job, well done. But I hope that more and more journalists, younger journalists, get recognition for their work. A lot of young journalists in newsrooms today do get recognition for their work, whether it's in terms of awards, whether it is in terms of readership. For me, if you ask me as an independent newsroom, I take pride in the fact that I have, say, a set number of readers who come to my website when they have 10 other options every day. And for me, that is appreciation. So what you want to consider appreciation is left to you, but it is a very fulfilling and satisfying career. I mean, job, if you want to take it up.
Thank you. I think on that note, we should call it a day.
Memento to Mr. Rahul Bidappa. Thank you. Now I would like to invite Dr. Sunayan Bhattacharjee to give the memento to Ms. Anusha Ravi Sood and Mr. Tanay Sukumar. Thank you, sir. All right. I now request Tanvi and Krishna Priya from the newsletter team to please come on stage. Sorry? Sorry? Right. on stage.
Hello, sir. Hello, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Tanvi Dayal. I am one of the, and this is Krishna Priya. We are the heads of the newsletter for Wavelength. It is my honor and privilege to unveil before you the first edition of the Wavelength newsletter. So, in the journalistic tradition, this newsletter has been our attempt to preserve the proceedings of this conclave for posterity. We have before you the panel notes from day one of the conclave. These panel notes will be followed by the long-form newsletter, Camaraderie, following the end of the event. The editorial team that's worked tirelessly behind the scenes to create this newsletter are our reporters, Siddhi, Hannah, Nirnay, Anvita, Sani, Ayati, Bhumi, Aryan, Simrat, Huda, Harshini, Anjana, Trishna, Meenakshi, and Yukti. Our photographers, Vishwalingam, Janani, Ritha, Ristiva, and Vanshika. And our very, very hardworking design team that is consisted of Reona, Tavleen, Pranjali, and special mention for our doodlists is Ikra and Muskan. This edition was edited by Krishna Priya, Sindhu, myself, under the very able guidance of Dr. Pradeep Thomas, our faculty in charge. Oh, it's these.
Thank you so much. We will now break for lunch. Please report back to the auditorium at 2:15 p.m.
Poyillai truly reminded us that not every mask hides a lie. Sometimes it reveals a deeper truth. Let's take a moment to appreciate the team behind this remarkable student film for their creativity, courage, and storytelling prowess. A loud round of applause for them, please. We're excited to bring you a panel that dives into the pulse of today's rapidly evolving digital content ecosystem, a space where technology meets creativity and regional stories resonate on global platforms. But before we start, it would be great if everyone could settle down, please. We're requesting everyone to kindly take a seat before we start with the next panel discussion.
On, right?
You guys are part of the conclave.
No. Guys,
settle down.
everybody please tell them to settle down.
Everyone, please take a seat.
Come in, guys. Come, quick.
Mic check. Mic check.
Requesting everyone who's crowded around the door above to please take a seat.
Mic check.
Tableen? Everybody there? Please tell them. Midula?
This panel is titled Digital or Audiovisual Production, New Age Storytelling and Content Localization, the India Story vis-a-vis OTT platforms. We're joined today by a brilliant lineup of panelists who bring a wealth of industry experience and insight. First, we are pleased to welcome a visionary content creator and media strategist, Ms. Arja Patnaik, co-founder of Full Focus Entertainment. With over a decade of experience in content leadership, Arja has been instrumental in shaping compelling narratives for Indian audiences across platforms. She began her journey with a strong academic foundation from Symbiosis Institute of Media and Communication and quickly rose to prominence by working on iconic television shows such as Jhansi Ki Rani and Choti Bahu. Ms. Patnaik has held pivotal roles in shaping content for networks like Zee Media, Sarthak TV, and Sony Pictures Networks, where she commissioned acclaimed shows such as Patiala Babes and Lady Special 2. We are privileged to have her with us. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Arja Patnaik. Our next distinguished panelist is Mr. Trishant Srivastava, a celebrated screenwriter whose stories have captivated audiences across screens and formats. Trishant brings with him over 12 years of storytelling excellence spanning television, radio, cinema, and the dynamic world of OTT platforms. An alumnus of SGTB Khalsa College and a postgraduate in radio and TV journalism from the prestigious Institute of Indian Institute of Mass Communication, Trishant marries academic insight with a deep cinematic instinct. His recent works include the widely awaited Netflix docuseries IC-814, The Kandahar Hijack, as well as critically acclaimed projects such as Jamtara Seasons 1 and 2 and Chor Nikal Ke Bhaga, both of which have had a lasting imprint on the Indian digital entertainment landscape. Beyond the screen, he continues to shape the media discourse through academic contributions. His paper on OTT platforms in India has been included in the Delhi University English curriculum. Whether in a screenplay or a scholarly paper, Trishant Srivastava's voice is one that informs, provokes, and engages. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Trishant Srivastava. Completing this power-packed panel, we now turn to Mr. Srinivasan S., Creative Director at FLAM Bengaluru, an innovative force whose work brings together immersive tech, sharp storytelling, and engaging visuals to redefine viewer experience. Mr. Srinivasan's career spans more than 18 years across diverse formats of storytelling, production, and creative leadership. His early work at Synergy Ad Labs saw him edit and contribute to one of the most iconic talent shows in Indian television history, India's Got Talent. Since then, his portfolio has grown to encompass a wide array of creative ventures, blending traditional storytelling with contemporary media formats. At FLAM, he continues to drive narrative innovation with a focus on immersive digital experiences. Please join me in warmly welcoming Mr. Srinivasan S. To guide this exciting conversation, we have with us our moderator, Dr. Sunayan Bhattacharjee, Associate Professor at DLHS, MAHE Bengaluru. With nearly 15 years of experience in academia and journalism, Dr. Bhattacharjee has previously worked with renowned institutions like Adamas University, Pearl Academy, Tripura University, and PDEU. Before transitioning fully to academia, Dr. Bhattacharjee was a journalist with the Times of India and Reuters, and also served as associate editor of the Cinemaholic. His research focuses on surrealist cinema, particularly the works of filmmaker David Lynch, and he has authored and co-edited multiple publications, including volumes on COVID-19's impact and digital communication in India. Dr. Bhattacharjee brings a unique blend of critical analysis, industry insight, and academic depth to media education. Please join me in welcoming him to the panel discussion today.
Okay. Can you hear? Yeah. Okay. Well, we will not structure it in the form of a formal discussion. We will have questions from the audience. Can you hear now? Yeah. So we will not structure it in the form of a formal discussion. Okay. We will have questions from the audience because you have more questions than I do, as a matter of fact. So to start off, let's talk about the journeys of each of these individuals. You have already gotten an idea of the kind of work that they have done, but let us also have an insight into the struggles that they have had. We usually look at the positive side of the story. We generally don't look at the other side of the story. It's important to look at the other side of the story as well, the struggle part of it, which I don't necessarily call negative, but it's important to know those struggles also. So I'll start off with Trishant. Okay. Yeah. Let's start off with Trishant, and we can have a free-flowing discussion vis-a-vis your personal journey and how you came into the world of writing and so on and so forth. A lot of students are waiting to hear from you.
Okay. So I think how did I enter writing? I think it started in college actually. I started in Delhi University where I was doing my graduation from, and I've always been interested in reading. I mean, reading still remains one of my most favorite pastime things to do, and writing sort of came naturally, and I actually did a lot of theater in college, and the theater that I did in Delhi University actually shaped my next years, so to say, because theater took so much of time that I completely ignored my graduation as well and somehow managed to pass. I still don't have the courage to go and pick my degree because I don't want to look at it again. But it started from there. Then obviously I went to Indian Institute of Mass Communications where I studied journalism, and then somehow fate sort of brought me to Mumbai, and at that time there was always an idea. I mean, I was clear that I want to get into this. I was clear that this is something that sort of excites me. That's where I did work at an organization for some time. And after that, I also realized that possibly working in an office is not for me. I don't enjoy it anymore. It doesn't give me any sort of satisfaction. And then after that struggle of writing started. I always had stories that I wanted to tell. Whenever I read something, it was always like, okay, possibly there's a great film somewhere lying inside it, or this can be a great series, or, or even when you watch something, you realize, okay, how it must have been written, why is this scene coming after this scene, things like that. You try and understand that, and then the struggle started, which continues till today, and possibly will continue in future. So it hasn't stopped.
Before coming to Arja, so Srinivasan has been a person who has been dabbling between content and technology, the dichotomy that we often discuss, right? The content and technology for a while now. Okay, and he brings to the table an expertise which some of you are aware of, some of you are not aware of. Okay, he works in the realm of virtual realities, okay, mixed realities and so on and so forth. And it's important to know that side of the story also. So Srini, if you can kind of take us through into what you exactly do and why are you here, the point where you are.
Okay. So, can you hear me? So, see, everyone actually has a passion, right? So everyone says, I want to be a filmmaker, I want to be an ad filmmaker. That's something which didn't occur to me. So the fair thing to do is like, go with the flow. But then that flow has to go somewhere, right? So, and that's when I decided like, applying myself. Like, the one thing I'm good at is like, being creative. So apply that to the future, like whatever the path it's leading to the future, right? So kind of I started narrating stories like, in about, the first thing is like, communicating to the audience through design, right? And then you learn how to communicate through, like, creating some 5-second or 15-second, 30-second. And then you just, you learn all the skill and then it has to be applied somewhere. So that's when I thought like, educational technology is something which is like, booming. I mean, it kind of fall because of Mr. Baiju, that's a different story. But then it kind of boomed like, 5 years back. Then I wanted to apply my creativity there, like, converting all this complex content, boring engineering content into interesting visuals, right? Now, but then when I see there is some, like, we are going in a very slow pace. Like, I kind of, started my career earlier in social media, but now social media is booming, but I'm not in social media, but I kind of contributed to that. And educational technology like that. So now I'm kind of came to Bangalore because I think the future is mixed reality. I mean, see, the idea is to grab attention. Like, that's more important. Like, that's it. You lose your attention if your content is not good. So within that snap of the finger, like, how are you going to grab the attention? You need something. So mixed reality is the...
Interesting, Srini. Grabbing attention, that's a very interesting point that you kind of raised. I remember, so Arja and I go back 17 years, right? Yeah. 2008 it was, and I remember a lot of our batchmates used to say, Arja is dramatic. Okay?
I still am.
Yeah. And that was a positive thing. It was sort of a compliment. And she was instrumental in kind of playing a significant role in the growth of Indian television from 2010 to 2020s, even now. Okay? So, Arja, how do you see a change in, now that Netflix is there and the other OTT platforms are there, how has content transformed over the past 15 years? I know it's a kind of a cliche, but it's important to note the changes from an industry perspective also. We keep on talking about it in academia, but it's important to know the industry perspective also.
Okay, so before I get to that question, I think you already mentioned it that we go long back, 17 years. And today, as I sit here in this panel, I think it's kind of very surreal because I used to be there. And it's like a journey or a transition from there to here. So that sort of feels surreal. And while Trishant and Srini was speaking, I was just thinking about, if I were to sum up my journey in this field, which is so dynamic and ever-changing, I think at the end of the day, from whatever they said and whatever I have experienced in my life, there goes that famous quote of Rumi, which has also been used by one of my favorite filmmakers, Imtiaz Ali, in one of his films, that what you seek is seeking you. So I think we all eventually land up where we are supposed to. So this is, like, I used to be this bright-eyed front bencher in my college, always asking questions, always attending all the sessions, also kind of being the topper of my batch. And from there, the journey began. I got placed in campus selection and I entered Z Entertainment as a management trainee. And I left Z as the channel head of one of their successful regional channels called Z Sarthak, and then went on to work with Sony and Viacom as well. And finally, like the quote goes again, what you seek is seeking you, I decided to switch from my corporate career, well-paying corporate career, to start my own production house by the name of Full Focus Entertainment. And in 2022, we started, and we are still sort of struggling, hustling, having produced 2 seasons of Savdhan India and a show on Jio Hotstar now called 10-29 Ki Aakhri Dastak, which is a horror show. So how content has transformed over the years is a really like a broad topic, and it would, you know, I wouldn't be able to sum it up really. But I can just say that, like Srini was just talking about, the attention span of people has changed. We all, right now, it's very difficult for us to sit and read a book while we used to finish reading a book like in a day or two. We cannot read 20 pages straight, or, you know, because of so many second screen, third screen, so many screens going on at the same time, you know, micro dramas and short series, long form series. There is so much content all around you. There is so much specialization in content, whether you want to watch, say, food videos, or you want to watch interesting dog videos, or you want to watch a love story, or you want to watch something which is adult. Everything is available to you at your fingertips. So every kind of story is being told now, vis-a-vis what used to happen when at the time that we started out. We always used to create content for only a certain viewer, because Hindi GEC would only cater to, say, an Indian housewife. If the man is watching, it's fine. If not, it's okay. Today, you have so many platforms catering to everybody. Like you have, you know, the young adult content. You have content for women, content for men, content for kids. So I think all kinds of content is being made, and it will continue. And we will continue to strive for getting the attention span of the person watching there. So I always say this to everybody in my team, that, you know, now the highest currency is not dollar or pounds or whatever, Indian rupees, forget about it. But it is time, because that is what you are fighting for. You are really fighting for that much time span that the person spends on you, and that is what everybody is vying for. There are 24 hours in a day, and people are consuming content all the time. So, you know, you're just vying for that. Ki acha chalo ek scene dekh liya, chalo ek episode dekh liya. Now we are not even expecting people to watch the show from start to finish. That's what we've come to. So with super specialization, I think we all have become slightly more distracted. But yes, content has become much more varied, much more specialized. All kinds of stories can be told today in an idealistic scenario.
Right, great, Arja. So, which brings me back to another question, and she was talking about super specialization. But which also brings me to one of the fundamental questions that we essentially try and dissect inside the classroom also, okay? How OTT platforms, I mean, we all know the advent, I'm not even getting into that, how OTT platforms kind of transform the very way people looked at entertainment. A lot of people believe that OTT was just going to replace television, but it didn't. It was an addition, and somewhere it kind of changed the way television was also looked at. So, for example, talking about your work, Trishant, you know, Jamtara, you know, and Jamtara is set in a rural background, we all know that, and it talks about an issue that kind of conflicts us every day on a daily basis, right? So, how did you kind of conceive that idea? Who were you telling this story to, you know, and did you actually know that, okay, this story is going to be successful, or what was in your mind when you kind of conceived that idea?
Okay, so to be honest, and this is a writing tip for everybody, is that when, let's say, I or the writers that I know, we start writing or we start conceiving about idea, we don't think so much. We don't think so much, okay, who will watch this? Will person A like it, or person C will find a problem with it? Will people sort of, what if somebody stops watching it about after 2 episodes? We don't think about it, you know? And we have never thought about it. Even when we were doing films or we were doing television, the primary thing is to write a good story. You know, I mean, see, OTT platforms or exist with television the same way possibly 100 years ago cinema came and cinema existed with theatre. It's not that theatre went away. It's not that cinema went away. It's not that television will go away. It's not that books went away. You know, everything still exists and everything will continue to exist. Yes, we are all fighting for the same thing as Arja said, your attention, which is fine. But the question of, I mean, when I was creating Jamtara or when I was writing those episodes, I just wanted to write a good story. Okay, I had my research. I went on an intensive research to understand the world, to understand the nuances, to understand, okay, this show is set in a village in Jharkhand. It should not look like Bihar.
Right.
It should not look like UP. You know, there is a strong socio-economic and a socio-political context to these stories, which I am not supposed to tell my viewer because my viewer might not want to watch it, but let that somewhere lurking in the background. You know, because my idea is unique. You know, it's about something which is happening to everybody. It's about something, it's about cyber scams, it's about cyber fraud. And the interesting thing, something that interested me most in the story was that, okay, these are these 17-year-olds that are doing it. Okay, this is a great mix. You know, let's write a fun show about it. And that's how we approach everything. You know, even when, I mean, if I just say when I was researching on IC-814, it was a tragedy. But while writing it, my intent was not to make it a tragedy for the viewer as well. You know, it has to be entertaining, so to say that word. So, I mean, if one starts thinking about the target audience, the response that it will create, will it win awards, or how many people will watch it, how many people will drop out, I think we have platforms and we have channels to think about that. As creators, it's not our job. The moment we get into our job, we are not going to be honest with our craft. So I mean, I never was thinking, I mean, honestly, when I was writing Jamtara season 1, I wrote it alone, word by word, in 2 months. All the episodes, done, dusted, given it to them, and that's it. So once
But what a show, yeah, what a show. Amazing.
Thanks.
Like,
Thanks.
really, really. And, you know, like we say that Rajkumar Hirani makes films which can be watched by your maid as well as it can be watched like by people who are really connoisseurs of content, so to say. I think Jamtara is a show which just cut across, but rural, urban, young, old, everybody related to the show.
Yeah,
and I think that's also because you did not write it with the intention of who is the target audience.
Yeah,
and
I
that's
had
why
no idea who
it
will
cut
watch the
across.
show.
Yeah.
I was just writing and I thought this is the only way the story can be told.
And in the era of like writers' rooms where there are like multiple writers writing a show, you should go back and see that on Netflix. He has a single writer credit on Jamtara, and that is very, very like rare these days. So kudos to you, really.
So, you know, you used a very interesting word, entertaining, okay? So, entertainment as a word is kind of scoffed at, right? You know, inside the classroom, and many of us know this, inside the classroom there's this distinction that is drawn between meaning and entertainment, as if entertaining cannot be meaningful. There seems to be some sort of a dichotomy that is created, an artificial dichotomy at that, but this dichotomy is created. Now, Srini, you were talking about how you converted so-called boring subjects into interesting stories. And he also talked about storytelling. Now, what is it that he means or you mean when you talk about storytelling? You know, because this, you know, my students also keep on asking, story, you know, that's a common term, content and story, they're found all across, but what do they exactly mean? I have never been able to decipher that. Can you help us in kind of deciphering that?
So, I don't know if I, see, the thing is, every story, right, every content, it has to be purpose-driven. Okay, so for example, social media is the worst thing happened to humankind. We can't deny that, but again, we can't deny the fact that it's been there everywhere, right? Now, I'll just give you a scenario, right? There is this so-called celebrities and influencers. They literally change their clothes in front of a camera, and they call it GRWN, I don't know, WM, get ready with me, right? So, what purpose does that serve, right? But it leaves an impact. What impact it leaves? A 14-year-old girl trying to do that. Who's going to educate that? Rather, a lot of people, like, you know, going into the comments, giving cheesy, like, you know, comments, fire emoji or heart emoji, whatever bullshit. I mean, sorry. I mean, So every content, every story, it has to be purpose-driven, right? See, you guys are all going to create content, right? So keep this in mind. Like, whatever content that you're going to create and it's going to be in public platform, it's kind of going to make a difference. It's kind of going to make an impact, okay? So now you need to decide what kind of difference you need to make. So if without that purpose-driven content, I don't know, like.
I hear you, Srini, I hear you. I kind of, I wouldn't say I'm agreeing with you, but I'll say I'll hear you, okay? Now, I'm going to put the same question to Arja as well, and let's see how she kind of deals with the same thing. Purpose-driven, the concept of being purpose-driven, yeah. I'm not even kind of expanding the question. I think it's kind of obvious. So let's see, yeah.
Yeah, obviously. You knew that I'm going to come up with the absolute opposite of what Srini said. See, having spent most of my time in broadcasting or being the evil channels or platforms that everybody talks about, and then obviously deciding to produce content myself, I think the basic of any kind of story that is told is, you know, if it sells, it's great. If it doesn't sell, it doesn't work. Because at the end of the day, you might think that you've created something really amazing. But if nobody watched it or nobody enjoyed it, then I'm sorry, it didn't work. You know, that's the harsh reality. And just to bust some myths that, you know, like you spoke about television and OTT and why television did not die when OTT platforms came up, you'll be surprised to know that television shows are the most watched on OTT platforms. Like if I were to say that in Sony Live, for example, there is so much good content, right? Like Scam and, you know, Rocket Boys and all of that. But Kapil Sharma show is the most watched show on Sony. And in Colors, I remember Nagin and Big Boss. They always, like whenever Big Boss comes on air, is when the subscription of Jio or Voot at that time used to really go up. And that's when OTT platforms would really, you know, be marketing their app and saying, okay, and they know that people will just take subscription for those 3 months that Big Boss plays on air, and then they would not renew their subscription. So the content that we mostly call dirty or something that, you know, is not really for the intellectual or for the aesthetics, so to say, is what is working right now. Now, we need to reflect on that as a society at large. And like Srini said, I agree to one thing that, you know, individually you can pick if you would want to tell a certain story or not. Like I was just telling Trishant offline that there is this new show which came up called Thukra Ke Mera Pyar on Jio Hotstar. And suddenly it has kind of done the best numbers for them. Like they did so many good shows or so many shows that have been critically acclaimed, so to say. This show, I don't know, I don't think it suited my fancy, but it has done great numbers. And at the end of the day, then you have platforms telling you that we want something like this. So when something works, there is a reason it works, right? And when somebody like Sandeep Reddy Vanga makes Animal, and it does like more than 350 crores, correct my numbers if I'm wrong, but we might hate the content, but then obviously so many people are sort of watching it. So it is for you to draw the line to which extent you will go, whether you will make a, you know, get ready with me video or you will just recite poetry. But wherever there is traction, wherever people are watching it, and that's fair because, you know, we are a huge country, we are a huge population, we are a lot of people, a lot of different kinds of people with different sensibilities and tastes. And like I said earlier, that I think today all kinds of stories are being told, stories which will be appreciated by fanatics, stories which will be appreciated by liberals. There are a lot of contexts to it, but jo chalta hai, wo chalta hai, I guess.
I think there was no pretense in that answer. It was very direct, right? And I think some of us like that directness. I kind of wanted to have a couple of questions from the audience before we take it forward. Yeah. Can someone pass the mic to her? Bhavya. No, there. Okay, you need that?
Yes, you can speak loud.
Okay.
So yeah, I mean that happens most of the times, and that happens in almost a lot of stories. For example, in IC 814, for example, so the whole hijack lasted 7 days. Okay, but what happened that the major chunk of the story, or the sort of high points of the story, was sort of finished by the time the plane lands in Kandahar, which is the next morning. Now, 6 days after that, there are people inside the plane just waiting. They are not doing anything. Now, I can't show people just waiting on screen, because it takes 2 days for the negotiators to arrive, and they are not doing anything. Okay, there's that little bit where possibly they don't have food, but you can show that in a 30-second scene, So what do we do? That was one of the biggest challenges while writing that show, that there is nothing happening for 6 days. And then 7 days, the hijack is over, everybody comes home. But when we research, we realize, okay, what are the main high points of this story? Okay, so let's just play with the sense of time in the show. Okay, let's play it in real time. Nobody will notice when days 3, 4, 5 has passed, when 5 and 6 can be clubbed. Because what the emotion that I want to give to my viewer is the pain and the agony and the struggle of the people hijacked, what went behind the scenes. What is it? Everybody can Google that there is a hijack that happened, and after 7 days, one person died, everybody else was released. But there were so many things that happened behind the scenes that possibly my audience doesn't know of. While writing, I'm not here to sort of give a day-by-day or a minute-by-minute account of what happened. When writing on a real event, what I'm trying to do is to create an emotion. For example, in Jamtara, that emotion of surprise. Do you know that these scammers are actually kids? That is the emotion that I'm trying to create. Do you know that they come from a certain background? Do you know that no police will ever be able to catch them because we don't have laws written for it? So you try and bring those emotions onto paper. Similarly, I have to say that, okay, one person died in IC 814, but do you know why it took 3 days for our government to reach there? So I'm trying to ask you a question. I'm trying to create an emotion. And at the same time, I am trying to stay neutral. I'm not going to say, okay, these boys are bad. Or I'm not going to say that our government was bad. That's not my job. That's for you to decide with your own beliefs and with whatever you want to believe. My job is to tell you, this is how it happened. This is how it unfolded. This is how we have captured it, and this is how we are presenting it to you. Now, you are free to make your interpretation on it. You can like it and say, okay, you agree with my interpretation, or you can hate it and say, no, this was all wrong. And that happens. Controversies happened. So that you can't control. But you have to stay neutral. Like while you're writing a journalistic piece, you have to stay neutral most of the times. Even if you're writing, or try to stay neutral. So you have to follow the same approach while writing a screenplay or while writing a story. You can't let your politics or your beliefs or your, whatever you want to believe come in the way of storytelling. And that's impossible to do. It will come. But you should not bring it consciously.
Interesting. What you say is again something which has been contentious for a while. So, Srini, I have something to say vis-a-vis what he right now said. Okay, he talked about the fact that your personal biases, your personal political beliefs, your personal ideologies should not come in the way of storytelling. Okay, but we also have people. I mean, see, example, it might be comparing apples and oranges, but I'm still doing it because considering the fact that all forms of storytelling is storytelling. So, like for example, Ritik Ghatak used to say that I hate film as a medium. However, I use films because I believe film is the most powerful medium. Now, because you say it purpose-driven, and because you say that personal belief should not come in the way of storytelling, okay? You have worked in the, in the Tamil industry for a significant period of time, and you know how localized content work. So don't you think that one of the reasons why localized content across the country has worked, because the directors, the filmmakers, the makers sort of imbibe the political philosophy in that?
So, see, first of all, let's just go back a little back, okay, right? So, for example, journalism played a crucial role in Indian independence. Do you agree that?
I would like to agree.
I mean, it did played a crucial role, right? So, I mean, that is where we come in, right? So, where is the creative liberty then? See, you have a perspective. You need to bring that to the people. It's up to the people whether they are, agreeing it or not. Right, so political, yes, I mean, see, for example, I'll give you one, we are talking about this Tamil industry, like regional industry. There is a movie called Annapurni which got banned from Netflix.
Yes.
Do you know the reason? Because they actually kind of portrayed Lord Rama as a meat eater. Now, the director's perspective, he says, like, dude, that Valmiki or someone who wrote that Ramayana, he actually mentioned, he kind of gave us personality trait to Rama, like he's a hunter. Now he's picking up that trait and he's like, forming his own idea of that. Whether you are agreeing or not, that's up to people. So you can't just, like bring the political thing into it and, ban the movie or, take out of this, like, or just, threaten the actors or producers, right? So that kind of, I don't know if I'm actually answering the right thing, but that's where it's actually we are headed, right? That's where we are in right now. So if you say that, you want to be neutral, then where is the creative liberty is what I'm asking.
Okay. Creative liberty, again, a very contentious word, Unfortunately, for industry professionals, certain things are very clear. Our job is to problematize things that are simple. Academics do that all the time. We invent problems where none exists, okay? Now, because it's an academic space and because we have got you here right now, so there will be certain questions that you might not like, okay? However, I'll ask that question nonetheless, okay? So, when we use the word, and this is for you, Arja, when you use the word, like for example, storytelling, when we use the word creative liberty, okay? The question again kind of comes back. What do you mean when I use the word creative liberty? Where do you draw the line? Do we need to draw a line? And is my line and your line the same? And if they are not, where do we go?
Okay, so obviously my line and your line is not the same or cannot be the same. I'll try to answer this with an example. That, say for example, I have to make an advertisement for selling a matchbox. Okay, and suddenly I show this really like cool looking dude stepping out of chopper and entering into a limousine and surrounded by women, and the moment he takes out his cigarette to light his cigarette, it's actually the matchbox that he uses, and that's the product that I'm advertising. Now some people will say that the person who's going to use that matchbox, which is probably costing 50 paise or 1 rupee, will never be in this kind of a scenario or this kind of a zone, right? Like coming off a helicopter and then sitting inside a limo with women. But does he dream to be that? Does he wish to be that? Am I making the matchbox very aspirational by showing that even if you don't have a lighter or you don't have like a fancy, way of lighting your cigarette, this is still making it look like, okay, you're a hero. And when you're lighting that matchstick with that matchbox and you are lighting your cigarette, you are supposed to feel like how the protagonist in the advertisement feels. So there is a paradox in there, right? That what is real or relatable or what is escapism or aspirational. So I think all of us, and I would include myself in the list of being a storyteller, although I'm mostly a facilitator for storytellers while being a broadcaster or a producer. But I feel like, you know, I launched this channel called Z Sarthak in Odisha, and Odisha, as you guys know, is one of the poorest states of our country. And we realized that if we told stories of people who are, you know, below the poverty line, or stories of struggle, or stories like how people managed to rebuild their lives after the super cyclone, for example, those stories never worked. They never rated. But whenever we used to show like huge, you know, houses with like women wearing expensive looking saris and, you know, the content that was absolutely not relatable to the person who's watching it on television, those shows did really well. And now how do you react to this as a broadcaster? What kind of shows do you make? So I feel whenever you are in a position of power, whether you're writing, whether you're directing, whether you're producing, there is a subtle way in which you can bring in a small change only, without really making it seem to the audience that you're trying to impart some educational you know, lesson or some morality or some kind of, you know, value system to the audience. You are essentially entertaining them. So whatever entertains them, if song and dance entertains them, so be it. If, you know, mythological series where people are like jumping off mountains entertains them, so be it. It's fine. But can we subtly introduce something like, I'll give an example again, that bahus are supposed to wear, you know, veils in traditional Indian households. And when you decide to, like, you know, who wears veils these days? But then, of course, there are a lot of women who still wear veils inside the households whenever there's an elder person in the room, at least. So when you create that into a statement that so-and-so heroine who used to do this, today she decided that from today onwards she will not do it. That creates a ripple. It creates a certain change in a certain hall room conversation somewhere in a B town or a C town. I think if we can do, like, you know, like I had shown in one of the scenes that this hero is not able to repair his car, and the heroine is coming back from the temple like all decked up, and she says, oh, I can do it. I studied you know, automobile engineering. So those kind of scenes did make an impact, because people said, yeah, of course, I mean, it's not like cars can only be repaired by men. So challenging gender stereotypes or all of that, but we've done it very, very subtly. I think the audience will mostly not be able to know that, and that is something which I think all of us have that power to be able to do that. So while being entertaining at large, while catering to mass sentiments at large, if we are able to have that slight, I think, personal bias to tell the stories the right way, I think that's the only creative liberty that one should take, ideally.
Right.
I think I'd like to add to what she's saying. See, the problem is not about creative liberty. The problem is that we confuse creative liberty with some sort of self-imposed censorship.
Yeah.
Okay. The problem is that there is censorship, and then there is a self-imposed censorship. Okay. Creative liberty starts existing the moment you start writing fiction. You know, you are changing facts. That's creative liberty. I think the question that came from there also was about what creative liberty you can take while adapting something which is real. So obviously, you take certain creative liberties, but you don't change the real event. You don't alter history, you know, which is also happening in today's times. You know, there is a version of history that's being eliminated, and there's a version of history that's being created. But there is also censorship in our country, you know. Art storytelling culture largely comes from the culture of tamasha. It does not come from the culture of literature, you know. We are not adapting so much. It largely comes from the culture of tamasha, nautanki, dance, things like that. So because it comes from there, and because we have largely been a oral storytelling society, not a verbal or a written storytelling society, there is that sort of censorship that's always has been at play. You know, for example, the easiest form of censorship is that you have to show women wearing certain clothes and you can't show them wearing certain clothes. Now, that sort of censorship is has been imbibed in us, in our DNA. Now, the moment you do it, something against that, that's not creative liberty. That's just going against the censorship. You know, creative liberty, we don't know how to take creative liberties. We cannot make let's say, an Inglorious Bastards in our country. You know, we can't. So yeah, I mean, we still have to learn how to take creative liberties.
No, I get that. It's interesting how you talked about censorship as a concept, right? As we speak, there is one bill, over all-encompassing bill, which is in the anvil right now, to sort of censor everything that we do. Yeah. All this while influencers were not under censorship. Now they will also be under censorship. Okay. The reason why this topic is important is because today we have come to a time where people are getting offended by everything. I say I'm an atheist, someone will come and say, how dare you say you are an atheist? You are hurting our religious sensibilities. Recently, there was this episode that happened in Delhi CR Park, where people have been selling fish for probably 100 years. Now, some people came and said, oh, you cannot have a fish center near a Kali shop. Now, they don't even know that Kali is considered to be a Shakti, a form of Shakti, which has been a part of non-vegetarian tradition. Now, in this kind of an environment where everybody taking offense has become our national culture, okay? So, how, and I mean, again, the question might be a little bit of a cliche, but unfortunately, I'll have to ask that question. How do you maintain the balance? And this is to all three of you. How do you maintain that balance of not being offended or not offending someone, or not getting into the politics of offending someone?
You can't.
You can't.
You don't.
You don't. Okay.
No, I think, there is this a department, okay, for television, and I think for OTT as well, which is called SNP, Standards and Procedures, and Standards and Protocol Practices. Like you said, how do you do it? As a producer, I fight every day with them, like fight a lot. Why can't we show this? This is okay. Of course, it has to go and all of that. But eventually, if you have to submit your master and get a payment from the platform, you will have to make those cuts. And they'll tell you strange things sometimes. Like you said that, we offer fish as bhog to Ma Kali. And if that is also being stopped, so sometimes these people, they will preempt that isko lekar kuch case ho sakta hai. So they will ask you to make a lot of cuts which you feel is very normal or can easily, it's not really hurting anybody. But you have to adhere to it. And like he said, you can't, because if you have to exist in a system, you have to abide by certain rules. Otherwise, there is this message which keeps appearing on the TV screen saying that if there are any complaints, then you can report to this body called BCCC. And people just make random complaints, and then all the creators are supposed to go and report in Delhi. And they're supposed to answer a bench of people. Why did you put this up on air? Or why did you, this is sending wrong message to our children, or all of that. So who wants to be involved in those kind of legal
See, I'll tell
hassles?
you, I mean, in my show, for example, the most recent one, obviously SNP is largely a legal team. It's a legal team, and everybody will have a legal team. The production house will have a legal team. The Netflix will have a legal team. And, your scripts are being vetted by the legal team, and they'll flag everything. They'll flag everything. They're saving their jobs.
They won't let you make shows also.
Because tomorrow you can't, if the young lawyer is asked, did you flag that? Yes, sir, I flagged it. I had flagged everything from the beginning till the end. So I mean,
sad.
Yeah, I mean, when we were making I-Statement-4, it was a controversial subject, and still there a controversy that happened. Now that controversy happened for no reason, because we had made sure that, okay, we don't want a court case. Still there was a court case. You know?
My God.
And I'm not going to ask people that, boss, there was a charge sheet that was filed by CBI in the year
Yes,
2002.
yes.
You go and read that charge sheet. The point is that, and before that, there is a long, very long disclaimer that comes at the beginning of every TV show, every film. You know, that disclaimer is there. Even if you make that disclaimer stay for 5 minutes, people are not going to read it. You know, they will not read it because it's too much to read.
Yeah, but it's just a way to protect us.
But
I mean,
that's the
only
disclaimer was put in place to protect you.
Right,
The disclaimer says that everything is fictional. No resemblance to anybody living or dead.
Right,
You know, it's if it exists, it's coincidental. And even then, if you are getting offended, then I
There's a
mean,
problem.
you want to get offended.
Now, Srini, one of the reasons I'm kind of intrigued about the Tamil film industry and the Tamil industry in general, for example, even the OTT shows that are coming out of Tamil Nadu, is because they have been revolutionary in so many different ways. In fact, in a way, they have shown way for other industries to follow suit. And there have been a lot of political subjects that have been taken by Tamil filmmakers and Tamil creators. Now, what is the scene in Tamil Nadu vis-a-vis this kind of things? Like, for example, there is always a sort of a center-state fight that is going on. We all know that, and this is not new. This is happening since the 1960s itself. So, what is happening in Tamil Nadu? And from the creator's point of view, purely from the creator's point of view.
Okay. See, Tamil Nadu, up until now, whoever is an actor in a film, they can be a chief minister, right? So
Yeah, right.
that is, as long as you have that idea, media is so into people. Like, see, Sun TV, let's take Sun TV, right? People, even in remote villages or something, they won't call it like, cable TV or dish TV or something. They say that, do you have Sun TV at your place?
It's like Colgate, right?
Yes. Like, that's the that's how it's been penetrated. Like, the media is so penetrated, so it's easy to actually change certain people's perspective through media, right? You can actually, Sun TV has done a very good job, like, keeping all the housewives inside the house by putting this no-brainer serials, right? Like,
Was that a banter?
I mean, so that's the truth. Like, they don't even try to change that. Like, one tragedy happens, that goes for 3 episodes, right? And so people are so hooked to that thing, it's basically subconsciously they all got addicted to it, like, saying. So Tamil Nadu is actually, in the other hand, like, Mr. Kamal Hassan, he did something different, but he always stands outside. Like, if you do something, yeah, there will be court cases, there will be controversies, there will be like, media coming in, right? So Vishwarupam is one of the movie that, where he actually came out and said that, I literally want to leave this country. I have no other option. That is how it has been. People have pushed him to it, right? So he's the one who actually first introduced digital cinema in Tamil Nadu. And he's always, 1 or 2 steps ahead, right? So, yes, Tamil Nadu is like, completely media-centric, like, cinema-centric, and people will be like, I don't know. I started smoking because Rajinikanth smoked. And that guy
God.
stopped
That's
smoking
a
now.
statement,
He's like,
yeah.
no, he stopped smoking, but I'm not able to do it. Like, see, that's the point. That's the impact that he has left, right? So, I don't know if I answer your question, but...
No, I get what you say. Now, can we have a couple of questions? We have been talking a lot. Yeah, Bhumika. Magesh ji. Is someone else also take that thing along? No, Magesh has been running around.
This question actually is something that is something that I'm working on for an essay. So I would love to get some expert insights. So there's always this debate that when you portray queer storylines in OTT or even films, shows, whatever for that matter, a lot of cis heterosexual people actresses play those roles. And while the LGBTQ community is of course against it, because of course it does not portray authenticity, it does not show their struggles. But again, on the other hand, there's always always this debate that there's a reason why we are casting those cis heterosexual people, because they have a good fan follow, they have a good influence on the audience. So that's how the message gets out, and that's how it goes into a revolutionary this thing. So as film writers, as directors, as creative people in the industry who have a say in this, what's your take on this?
As a writer, honestly, you have very little say on what actor will be casted on for what part. As a director, yes, but this is also largely a commercial decision, you know. Films are being made because somebody has agreed to put large amounts of money behind your film and onto your project, and their primary reason is to get that money back as well, you know, all part of that money back. Now, the question of representation is obviously right, it's prevalent, and there should be representation for not just queer actors, but for, you know, if somebody is portraying an Adivasi or a Dalit or possibly people from marginalized communities, you should have actors from those communities playing those parts. In theory, yes. But even it took many, many years for other industries to reach that place where possibly if you're making a film about a trans person, you can cast a trans actor. It's not that it's not happening, it's that it started, but it's gonna take us many, many years to reach there as society to possibly be able to have that pool of actors to cast from. So a lot of time, and we generally are a lazy industry. You know, we want to get things done quickly, you know. It's happened in France now that, you know, for the last 5 years or 6 years, they have been able to cast specific actors for playing specific roles. It's still not happened in Hollywood entirely. It's still not happened there. It's only a couple of industries where it has happened, and I'm sure that it's gonna take much more time here. But largely, it's mostly a commercial decision. It's mostly a decision because making a film is like raising a whole village, creating a whole, you know, community of people, and everybody has to come together at the same time for it to get done. It's sad, and it should change. It should definitely change, and it should have that writers and creators should have a say in casting as well. I'll say my wish as well, but it's going to take time. It's going to take time.
See, I'll just add to that, since you're writing an essay on the said topic. So you must be aware of this show called Shakti, which aired on Colors and went on to almost do close to 1,000 episodes. And the main lead was a transgender or a kinnar, and it was played by a female heterosexual actor, Rubina Dilek. And we remember while, you know, the casting process was going on, and there was a lot of debate about who should play this character. Should a heterosexual man play this character, or a woman, or somebody who's actually representative of the community should play the character? So, of course, first of all, I think, you know, we have not made or empowered that community as much. So that they can, you know, they're not trained or skilled to play these characters on air. I'm talking about, this is also, I mean, a long time back, at least I think more than 5 years back. Of course, like Tushant said, the times are changing, but I think the point of debate there was to reach out to maximum number of people and to talk about this community, which is the kinnar community, and by using a slightly more accepted or palatable face, we were actually able to drive the message home better. So it's a call between whether you tell the story by you know, actually casting someone who is a kinnar, and reach out, and, you know, probably it will not reach out to the masses the way it reaches out when a mainstream actor plays the character. And then you have so much of acceptance towards the community, which we saw in our researches, that there are a lot of things, right, that we are scared of the kinnar community, or we look at them from a different perspective. And so many women spoke in the research about, because Rubina was playing that character and they had kind of accepted her as the Choti Bahu in their own homes, so they were able to empathize more with the transgender community. They probably did not look at them the way they used to look at them earlier. So there are obviously, all the time, there are like two sides to the coin, and there are two sides to the story. So between choosing to, whether or not, if you have to tell the story, you have to use a mainstream actor, or not telling the story, I would always go for telling the story and at least reaching out to the maximum number of people and being able to drive the message home.
Thank you so much.
So, sir, you were talking about the Tamil industry. So, I have a doubt. So, when a series which is coming in the Tamil industry, so automatically if it is in the OTT platform, it will be dubbed to the other 4 languages in India. Do you think just because it is getting dubbed, the series are like getting reached to the other regions, or just because there will be a problem because of languages? If it is in Tamil and there are people who do not understand, but when it comes to the OTT platform, so automatically the algorithm will be dubbed the movies so that every other audience could enjoy it. Do you think it's a good thing? Because I think when it gets dubbed, the movies or the series, they lose their authenticity.
Yeah, it does actually. But then it has money, right? I mean, so if you're playing it in Tamil Nadu alone, and imagine that you're playing it in Kerala, Karnataka, and Telugu, that's quite an audience, right? So as per business model, it's good. I mean, there is money, but authenticity, as you said, like, you know, it will lose the entire authenticity. Like, you know, see, when you portray a character, right, that character will have its own weightage, right? You know, he comes from a particular community or from a particular cultural background. But that is something that, you know, if you are interested, if you want to explore something, go with the same language and put subtitles if you want. That's how you get the originality, right? So, see, now, like, when I mean, people are watching K-dramas. I don't know what is there, but still there are people watching it, like, you know, putting, like, you know, subtitles, and whether they understand the story or not, but I don't know. But they want to understand how the South Korean culture is going to look like. At least they want to, if not they can't go it in person, at least they can watch the series, right? So that's the idea. But, you know, dubbing and making it accessible for people is completely purely business model is what I would say.
Yeah, but you know, like my mother, for example, she loves to watch Tamil movies and Malayalam movies, but she used to have a problem with being able to read the subtitles as she was watching the film or the shows. Now for her, it has become sort of easier to be able to watch that, you know, and appreciate the story. Like she knew about the, you know, the Malayalam version of Mrs., which is, I think, The Great Indian Kitchen. And she'd already watched that film and she said, you know, that film was better and it was more authentic. And she was able to understand it because it was dubbed in a certain language that she was, you know, comfortable with. And also I think audio visual, like how we evolved from newspaper to television, was majorly about, you know, you don't need to be educated to be able to watch a story, or you do not need to know all the languages, know English, so to say, to watch the story. So I think we are such a diverse country, we have so many languages. Of course, if I have a choice, like if I want to watch it in the most authentic form, the Tamil language is also available to me. So I can choose to watch it. I think offering choice is not bad. I mean, at least my mother likes watching those movies and she's able to enjoy them. So I think it's a good thing.
Imagine, you know, someone cannot read Oscar Wilde just because they don't know English. Imagine someone not being able to read Rabindranath Tagore just because they don't know Bengali, right? So, I mean, at the end of the day, you know, popularizing a culture, and we all know that this is from Tamil Nadu. And it's great that people from some other state are watching someone from Tamil Nadu. I'm getting to know about that culture. What better things? I mean, I would love that. A lot of you watched Purinita. That was completely a Bengali cultural background. But some of you liked it. Many of you liked it, in fact. Yeah. Right. Okay, another, yeah.
Hi, my question is for Trishant sir. So I believe you were speaking about Jamtara when you said that you didn't think about audience demographic, you just sort of, like, you know, I could be wrong on this, please do correct me if I am, but I'd imagine there is a slightly more freeing sort of feeling to that writing process. Again, please do correct me if I'm wrong. But secondly, was there any guideline of note that you still believe, like that you still followed and you believe should be?
Guideline as it?
So, for example, if you have certain demographics in mind, for example, let's say right-wing individuals between...
Say what you want to say.
Yeah.
You're in safe space. Don't worry.
No, but in that sense, if you're catering to that audience, you're going to be a little bit more sensitive towards the topics that they are more sensitive towards, while maybe leaning towards topics that they find more joy in, to basically bring in a lot more audience from that demographic.
No, no. I'm not thinking about the audience at all. I can't write then. No, I'm writing a story. I have to stay true to the characters of that story and the world of that story. Right-wing watches, left-wing watches, South India watches, North India watches, rest of the world watches, doesn't matter. And I'll tell you one thing, very important. I read this film that Chor Nikal Ke Bhaga that I wrote. It was watched in Peru and Bolivia and Guatemala. I don't know why, it was a bad film. I haven't seen it. It was a bad film. I did it because my friend was making it and he asked me to work on it. So I did that film.
No, I have a question, Trishant. Between writing Jamtara season 1 and season 2, was there any difference?
In terms of, obviously, season 2, there was a little bit more research and a little bit more interference of the platform.
Yeah. That's what I wanted to know.
Yeah, there was obviously a bit more interference of the platform, but you cannot think of the audience, you cannot think of today's audience while writing anything. If you do that, you will never be able to write anything which is good. You will never be able to write. Because what is the process of writing? You will write something, you will show it to your friend. That becomes your first audience. Then you show it to 3 more people, second audience. Before that, you have to show it to your writers, Now, those people also can be right-wing or left-wing or whatever wing they want to be, You can show it to possibly you can go home, you can show it to your father, mother, elder brother, and they can be from a different political ideology. What do? So you have to write a story the best way you can write it. Write a story that at least you stay true to the story.
Very good.
If you are able to do that, then that's your job. You are not, and also, because a lot of you, if you want to get into writing, if you want to get into creating and directing, please try and understand one thing, your work cannot change the world. You are not here to reform the world.
Absolutely.
You're here to tell stories.
Absolutely.
And tell stories. If they change the world, that's their job. It's not your job. So, yeah.
I mean, what you essentially mean is, do not take yourself too seriously.
Never. If the moment you start taking yourself seriously, you are doomed. You can't.
Absolutely.
I mean, look at people, look at the talented ruins that we have, and it started with that.
Right.
My question is completely contradictory to Prashant's point. Like, it was mentioned that grabbing attention is important in content.
Can you be a little louder?
Grabbing attention is important in content. This generation needs to have very, what I mean. So what do you guys do what does the industry do to grab the attention of the audience?
I'm guessing you mean today's audience.
Yeah, today's audience.
And by today's audience, largely your generation.
Yeah, we have a short attention span.
Because
Yeah,
I'm just
proven.
trying to understand.
Yeah. This is good. So every content is...
Yes, no, I understand because that comes to us a lot, But if I ask you, what is the last film that you watched?
Yeah, Emburan.
Sorry? And you watched it did you watched it in one sitting or 5 sittings?
Just one sitting.
One sitting.
In theater.
Why did you watch it in one sitting?
Because I was in theater.
But were you doing other things? Were you doing other things while watching that film?
Yeah, for Empuran, there wasn't, but for some other movies, there was. Like,
Yeah. So see, the point is that this whole idea of how do you make it entertaining? You can't make it entertaining. Like for example, I watched Adolescence. Okay, I watched all 4 episodes. I couldn't stop.
Yeah.
You know, I could have stopped. I couldn't stop. There is nothing you can do apart from making it great to watch. I can't, what else can I do? You know, I don't have any secret spice that I can put it in. You know, I cannot make it, cannot put any drug in it that it becomes intoxicating. It just has to be well made. Every department has to work, and writing is just one department. Direction is one department, editing is one department, music is one department. Every department has to come together, and it all has to click at the same time, which is why a good film is a rare thing these days, you know. And everything has to work at the same time, that's it. You can't say, okay, 30 seconds, I'll show a murder, a heist, you know, a chase in 30 seconds, and then my audience will stay. Because if the audience is not ready to sit for 30 seconds, then they will not sit for 3 hours. But where they want, they'll stay. You know, so there is nothing that you can do apart from saying that, okay, this is a good script. You know, if it's a good script, everybody will say it's a good script. If it's not a good script, you will know the flaws. You will always know if wherever we have done something which is not so good, you know. So I don't think there is, and yes, platforms ask us, you know, that can you do something? Can you add something here? Can the first scene be interesting? And at times we give in to their demands, you know. At times we have to give in to their demands, but at times we can't. So we try and we fight and we try and win, and at times we lose, you know. So, but there is nothing that you can do if the audience tomorrow stops watching shows and films and stops reading stories. You can't do anything.
So a lot of films and shows do that.
A lot of them do, but that doesn't ensure that they are getting views.
There is no formula.
There's no
set
formula.
And if anyone knew the formula, then obviously that person would be making all the shows and minting all the money. It's your guess against my guess. I think just to add to what Trishant said, you have to say your story in the most entertaining and most organic way possible.
Best
and
way
hope that everybody else also kind of gets that vibe when they are watching it. But just putting a chase sequence or starting with a physical intimacy kind of a sequence will not guarantee the fact that the audience will latch on to your story. There is no way that you can ensure that, okay, this will grab the audience's attention. You never know. You can just keep trying.
Next.
Hello.
Yeah.
Okay, so my question is to Trishant sir. So I was in 7th standard when Nisha or uske cousins had come out, and my friends group and I religiously watched it every day. So now that I think of it, that show kind of dealt with mental health, identity, and self-worth at that point of time when it was not very common. So was that intentional from the start when you were writing Nisha or uske cousins?
I mean, I just want to say there were a lot of other people who were writing that show with me. There were 3-4 more people, so I cannot just take the credit for that. But it was subconsciously intentional, because we were trying to tell a story about, the whole idea started, and the producer of the show, the whole idea was his as a story. But we were trying to create different sort of delve back into our own relationships with our own family members and see, okay, you know, possibly can we talk about this, and can we talk about that? And we wanted to talk about a lot more things, but honestly, the audience did not accept that show the way we thought it would. I mean, I still meet a lot of people like you who like that show and love that show then. But yeah, it was all intentional. It was all intentional because I still have those character sketches written where we have mentioned these things. But we have then tried to mask them in story and plots largely. But yeah, it was intentional.
So my question is a follow-up on the last one that we were talking about, that there's no formula. So, you know, as creators and producers and meeting corporate clients, how many times do you hear that, you know, we'll know it when we put it out there? So please don't try to sell it on your merit. And, you know, I just want to put it out because they are going to go out very soon, and I just want to have this real, very real thing.
As in?
Because it's a commercial venture, right?
Yeah.
As you said. And then we take our story or our film and we say that, you know, look at it for the content that we have created. Don't say that it will not work because it doesn't have a star or it doesn't have that production value or that it is saying a very real story, you know. And then the people who are going to buy it will say, we can only give so much price for it because this is the hedge that we can take and the rest we will know. Like, for example, Netflix, one of the most successful shows, Squid Games, the producer, I don't know how many of them know, did not make a single dime. He lost all the money he put in season 1.
Yeah.
So that's, you know, how many times, how do you deal with that? That you don't know the merit, you don't know the merit. And
yeah, I mean, you don't know the merit. I mean, every time.
You don't know what will work.
Correct. And, but there are people, but the platforms think that they know everything. You know? They will come with you with data and numbers and minute-by-minute metrics of things, you know, and all you would have on your front is a story, you know. So I think it's a very sort of weirdly intense negotiation game that initially for the couple of times we all have lost, unless we have sort of earned that bargaining chip that we can sort of push our way through or be persistent for the longest time. I mean, Squid Games, how many years it took for that man to make it? You know, it took more than 10. I mean, the story of Dallas Buyers Club, the director wrote it and then stayed with that story for 18 years trying to make that film. And then he made it. But these are, but yeah, I mean, you cannot actually fight.
Yeah, this is like the very real thing, right?
Yeah, you cannot actually fight. You cannot fight these giants of platforms.
No, and you know, there's this famous saying which goes that success has many mothers, but failure is a bastard child. So whenever something works, okay, there'll be so many people who'll come and say, I approve this idea and this was mine. And there are very few people like Trishant who are saying, no, a lot of other people also wrote the show and I can't take the credit. Yeah. But a lot of people will, like maybe the only thing that person has probably done in the entire show has booked the meeting room for a meeting. But that person will also take credit when something works. And at the same time, if they have completely changed the original concept, and because there are so many people involved, right? Platforms, and there are nowadays there are different jargons also, because there are big writers' rooms, and then if a big star comes in, then he or she also has a perspective to it. So, and if it does not work, then they will just look the other side and say, I just did it for money, or I just did it for as a favor, or I did. So that's what happens. You don't own up to your failures, and you try to claim a share in the success. And I think it's tough, guys. I mean, nothing is ideal in the world, and much like life, it surprises us, because sometimes you are able to really hold on to that one idea and believe in it, even if nobody is believing in it, and someday it pays off. And sometimes you say that, okay, maybe this is not good enough and I need to think of something else. So it's like hustling every day, telling yourself in the mirror that, yeah, my idea works, one day I will make it and it will be big, and hope that that dream or that manifestation sort of comes true.
Okay, we'll take 2 more questions. Give it.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Different tangent. Story ho gaya. the monetary aspect of OTT and cinema and storytelling in general. We've seen a lot of token actors be a part of OTT. For example, Kusha Kapila just comes one chota scene and then she'll disappear. How much does it actually hamper your creative process and your creative freedom when you have to plug these audience bargaining chips in to make your content work? And does it mess things up for you? What's the process like?
Not actually. I mean, you write a small part. You don't know if Kusha Kapila will come and play it. So that part needs to be written first, and then these actors come in. So it doesn't actually impact your process at all. You know, at times a lot of these surrogate marketing used to happen in scripts. It still happens. It happens everywhere. But it actually doesn't impact your writing at all. It doesn't impact the creative story at all. You know, if you can get an influencer to play a part, all that you know that most of them are bad actors. So that scene will not be performed well. But apart from that, it doesn't impact you at all.
Ask the question.
This question is for everybody. So OTT has given to a lot of niche genre and like genre content, niche content. But let's say there is something completely new that people don't know about. So how do you market that in OTT platforms? A completely new kind of idea, or something that can't be defined easily.
I mean, you are asking about pitching it to an OTT platform? Or
to the people, to the consumers.
Or it has already been made? Is that what you're saying?
Okay, like pitching it to the producers or the consumers, anyone. How do you like pitch it though?
Largely depends on the idea that you have. You know, for example, I'll again take the example of Adolescence. It's a 4-episode show about a teenager set in a school and where 4 episodes don't connect, and it's all episodes are largely single shot. How do you explain it to an OTT platform that there is no star in the show? Stephen Graham is there, but then he's also writing and he's also creating and possibly will be missing. So you pitch it like you pitch any other story. I mean, if you say that it's different, you would also understand why it is different. So when you're pitching, you need to pitch the why first. You know, that becomes very important.
Okay, and also how do you sell that idea to consumers, to people who watch it?
So actually, you know, whatever the idea is, today what is also happening is, say for example, you have a great short film idea and you have the wherewithal and the amenities to be able to create it, okay, on your own, spending your own money, using your own resources, friends and all of that. And then you've already made the film, say for example, and then you go to a platform or a producer and say, okay, this is the film that I've made, and if that person really likes it, then you know it's like a gamble that you are doing, that without after making it, you don't even know if somebody will buy it or not buy it, whether it will get into a festival, whether it will win awards or whatever else. But you still made it with your own conviction, and also because you had the resources to do it. Now, a lot of times one has an idea, but one does not have the resources to go about it. So somebody else needs to believe in that idea as much as you do. Now that person, if it's a platform, it's great. If a platform believes in the idea, then they will do whatever is required to market it. They will spend a lot of money for it to reach to the people that it has to reach to. And they will create trailers, they will do events, they will do all of that. But to first, get through to the level of that content getting created or getting made, marketing comes much later. But for you to convince the person in front of you to give you the money to make that content, I think is the biggest battle to be won. And whether or not, like nowadays there are production houses like Applause or Maddock or a lot of production houses who are creating their web series first, and then they are taking it to the platform saying that, okay, this is what we have created, to avoid the interference and to avoid the whole longer journey of it going through levels, whether the idea will pass or not. But even for that, the head of Maddock or the head of Applause is like a mini broadcaster or a mini platform who needs to believe in that idea and put in the money even before a platform has bought it. So I think the key is to be able to convince somebody else that your idea is as great as you think it is. And then marketing, once that happens, once the idea is created or that material is out there, then there are a lot of experts to market it and to make sure it reaches the households of the people.
I'll take one more question. You had a question, right? Simran, you had a question.
Sunan, may I?
Yeah, once, let her ask the question.
Sunan.
Yeah, after that, give it to her.
Okay, right. So, to the panel in general, with OTT platforms and since there is such a shift in the dynamics of distribution now, with content being seen globally and some of it being so hyper-localized, how, and while Sir said very much you can't think about the audience constantly as you talk, if you won't create anything. But then there is a very different kind of niche to have either delve completely into a hyper-localized sort of content, to really work with the culture, or to generalize a story so that it gets more of a reach. So in an OTT sort of setting, how does a producer or a creator in general pick how, if they want to project a story or to localize it?
So I believe in this. Everybody has a different way of perceiving a story. Say, for example, is pitched to me, whether I would like to produce it or take it to platforms. I think what I go by is, the conviction of the person who's written the story. And secondly, I think emotions are universal. No matter if your content is hyperlocal or it is massy, eventually it's about the basic human emotions. So when you are listening to that idea, if it is causing a stir inside your heart, I know it probably sounds too dramatic or sentimental, but that is the way that I remember a story, or that is the way I even watch something. So that's the way I decide if it has made me feel something. Then I decide to back that idea and make sure that we are able to reach out to platforms and people to pitch it. And platforms, again, they have certain rules they play by, like say what are they looking at this time of the year, or what are the other shows that they have already commissioned. Say, for example, they have commissioned a lot of rom-coms and they would want to look at thrillers. So it's right place, right time, lot of things in combination. But if you have to ask for one thumb rule, I would say for me it is that if the story, no matter it's hyperlocal or it's general or it's based wherever, it needs to make me feel something. It needs to be based on some kind of emotion that I am feeling while I'm listening to that story.
Hi. So I had this question from Arjya, and so we were talking about creative freedom, creative liberty. So does that thing also make you a bit confined when you have to put in like some dramatic sounds like dhum ta na 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 na, and then there is this dramatic cuts, and then there are also cliffhangers. Does that also like restrict you from bringing out your creativity out on the screen?
The funny thing is, thankfully now with reels and social media and all of that, the scenes which are shown in daily soaps today, which are unintentionally comic, right? Like you see this woman who has entered into the scalp of another woman to protect her husband who is being attacked by the lice in the scalp of the woman. These kind of scenes, they're really imaginative, right? Like if you think about it, it's like our answer to a Matrix and Avengers, where we are
Imaginative, is that the word you want to use?
Yeah, I mean, it's I don't know, you can obviously laugh at it, they stir conversations, a lot of people troll such kind of content, and then TV channels tell you that, you know what, this content was really trolled. Abhi ek scene to aisa, you have to put it in your show so that the show is known to a more number of people.
They see Avengers.
Yeah, absolutely. And with bad graphics, and because you don't have if you have to do it in a very, you don't have the technology or the money to be able to do that. Like I said, you know, there is this, I don't know if you guys know about this, but there is this channel called Dangal TV, okay, which has, which suddenly kind of ruled the FTA markets, which is the free-to-air markets, because it catered to the cow belt, like they say, the northern Hindi-speaking market, extremely, you know, rural SEC DE, socioeconomic class DE, with very little education. Now, see, they are watching these shows and they are going like, oh my God, मतलब हमारे scalp के अंदर भी ऐसा कुछ हो सकता है, and they are also like, you know, having fun and enjoying it. And that is also being laughed at by the more educated or more elite audiences. Either way, it is giving publicity. Like this controversy of IC 814, I remember, a lot of people did not know about the show. The controversy happened and a lot of people said, oh, acha kuch controversy hua hai, let's watch that show or let's read the news about it, right? So, you know, ganda hai par dhanda hai, I guess. That's all I can say. Sometimes you got to do it because there is a requirement.
Right.
And how far you will go with it. Like there are a lot of, for example, I can give a personal example, that there are a lot of platforms who ask you to unnecessarily sexualize your characters or put in a lot of physically intimate scenes and show nudity, because that is the kind of audiences that they're catering to. And as producers, we have consciously stayed away from producing that kind of content. That's a personal decision which we have made. Obviously, a lot of people are making it and earning good money out of it, and it's a thriving business. There's an app called Ullu, which is like got maximum like a lot of downloads and a lot of people watch it. But whether you will create that kind of content or not, and if you are ready to be not having a show, not able to pay the rent of your office or pay out salaries, and still hold on to that you know belief system that you do not want to endorse or create such kind of content, then great. But if not, I don't judge the people who make it either.
Right. On that note, you know, any parting comments from our esteemed panelist to Destiny, if you can?
He hates me.
I'm sure he doesn't, but yeah. Okay. Any parting comment in terms of how the students should kind of approach when they are going out to the industry? Many of them are passing out this semester, and they're up for jobs, they're up for employment, should I say. Not jobs per se, employment. Some of them will be working independently, some of them will be working with organizations. You know, in the audiovisual sector, the composite audiovisual sector, including OTT platforms, including television, including films, how are they supposed to approach right now? How are they going to prepare themselves? They are already aware that there's a lot of skills that they don't have. So how should they approach so that they can acquire the required skills to be there where you are right now?
So, first thing is, like, you know, let's talk about passion, right? So, don't have passion which is objective. Have passion which is, like, you know, more subjective, right? You know, don't go for, like, you know, I want to be a filmmaker because I want to make money or I want to be famous. Rather, be passionate about the process. I mean, the way that you are doing, the satisfaction that you're going to get out of, you know, when you actually make a film, right? So that is one thing. So approach the industry with that kind of mindset and learn a lot of skills. I mean, AI is there. I mean, it's real. It's true. I mean, already it's been taking over a lot of jobs, like, you know, voiceover artist or subtitling specialist, or like, you know, I'm working on a project which is, like, you know, going to completely wipe out 3D artists in the future, right? So learn those tools, like, you know, learn how these AI functions, like, you know, and know all the tools. Like, you know, it's not that, you know, I want to be a director, so I don't want to know any Photoshop or Premiere Pro or some. Learn all the tools. You don't have to go in depth, but at least you need to have a basic knowledge of that.
Exactly.
And create a strong portfolio. That's more important. Like, you know, just don't say that, you know, like, how will I say this? Like, you know, put in some efforts, like, you know, have some kind of, you know, stand out of the unique, usual style that has been followed. Try to be, like, you know, different with your approach in whatever projects that you're going to do. I hope that will help. I mean,
absolutely, yeah. Shant.
I don't know. I mean, couple of things possibly that I wish somebody had told me, and which I realized after spending a lot of time, and which is what I would say, that things will take time, but that sort of shouldn't stop you from writing that film that you wanted to write, or creating that short film that you want to create. And one should be ready for a lot of failures if you want to enter the creative field. I mean, failures is possibly the only secret core ingredient that would make you a better writer, director, cinematographer. Struggle. I mean, it's the most important ingredient. One who has not failed, has not created something good. You can go and read about the masters, the authors, the people like that. If you want to get into writing, please remember one thing: writers write. That's what we do. Don't talk about writing. Do actual writing. You know, don't wait that you will start your script one day. Start it, and good writing is nothing. It's just rewriting it again. So that's all. I mean, if you want to get into writing, if you want to get into creating, do that. Don't wait for it. Don't say that, okay, one fine day when everything will be perfect, I'll open my laptop and I'll start. That day is not going to come. So yeah.
No, I think because I also now teach at a few media schools, so I have a sort of acronym for this, the reply to this question. So I say, you know, there are the 4 P's. Like the first P is privilege, because you have to understand that you are that minuscule population in the entire country who gets to study media and communication and sit in classrooms where you know, people come and they teach you and impart this education. But a lot of people are not, you know, they cannot get in here, and they do not get that start, okay? So once you recognize this privilege, the second thing is, you know, about your professional ethics, because your first job is probably not going to be your dream job. Your first job is probably going to ask you to do things which you are not very comfortable doing, or you might be thinking that, you know, I'm a creative person, why should I make photocopies? Or I am a creative person, I'm the next Oscar winner, why should I take minutes of the meeting and email them? But all of us, and including the stalwarts, have done it. I think it's about, you know, putting in those first 5, 8, 10 years into being a professional first. Whatever job you get, a lot of people did not get that job. So to recognize your privilege, to be able to do whatever opportunity comes in front of you, to be able to deliver, to be able to really do a good job out of it, be the best in it. If you are photocopying, be the best photocopier possible, is what I would say. And then comes the third P, which I think Trishant also spoke about, which is perseverance. Nothing happens overnight, and probably the failure and the struggle eventually will make sense. But till then, hold your horses, hold on to it. And finally, I think, comes passion, which keeps you going. Because we all here, in some form or the other, want to tell stories. In some form or the other, want our work to reach out to people. We feed off that, and do not give up on that dream, guys. One day it will come true. But until then, do the photocopying if it's required. That's all I would say.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much to all the panelists. I hope they get a thing or two for life, if not about audiovisual production from this particular panel, right? Thank you so much for coming. It was a pleasure having you all, and we hope to continue the collaboration in the future as well.
Thank you for having us, Sunayan. And I would like to say this on behalf of all the panelists. What an amazingly organized event, guys. And all those people, all the student volunteers who've been coordinating with us. Excellent work. I know you guys must have not slept, eaten, but totally worth it. And what an amazing first version of Wavelength, and I would say firsts are always special, and we are very happy to be a part of your first.
Thank you.
Mic check. Thank you to our esteemed panelists for that incredibly insightful and thought-provoking discussion. It's truly inspiring to witness such experience and creativity come together on one stage. Thank you so much. I now invite Professor Kanchan Kaur to present Mr. Srinivasan S. with a token of our appreciation.
Absolutely. Absolutely. They wouldn't.
I would like to invite Dr. Shilpa Kalyan to present Ms. Arja Patnaik and Mr. Trishant Srivastava with our mementos.
Thanks, ma'am. I hope you enjoyed. I hope you enjoyed. Yeah. Thank you. Please come.
Thank you so much, panelists and professors. It has been a day filled with powerful conversations, valuable insights, and creative inspiration. As we come to the close of Wavelength 2025, let's take a moment to reflect on the rich discussions and insights shared through these 2 days. We began day 1 with a powerful keynote address by Ms. Dhanya Rajendran, who offered a compelling commentary on the importance of journalists in this age of AI. Our first panel, Reimagining Brands, Design, Story, and the Elevation of Brand Perception, featured industry creatives who explored how storytelling continues to redefine the face of branding. This was followed by Connected Influence, Reputation Meets Responsibility, where leading voices in PR and strategic communication reflected on authenticity, responsibility, and trust in today's media landscape. We started day 2 with the opportunity to enjoy 2 short films by our students, Veshangalil Poyillai and In Between, both reflective of thoughtful storytelling and creative expression. We then had the much-awaited masterclass by acclaimed filmmaker Bijoy Nambiar, who shared valuable insights from his creative journey and approach to storytelling. The third panel, Navigating the Changing Responsibility of News and Reporting, brought together key editors and journalists to discuss ethics, challenges, and digital shifts in newsrooms today. We ended with a compelling final session on new age storytelling and content localization, examining India's growing OTT ecosystem and the future of regional storytelling on global platforms. Each session has contributed meaningfully to our theme of evolving narratives in media. Thank you for being a wonderful audience and for engaging so actively throughout the conclave. Before we formally conclude, I have the honor of inviting Dr. Amrita Chakraborty, co-convener of Wavelength, to deliver the vote of thanks. Dr. Amrita, the stage is yours. We will first watch a trailer, so please sit back and enjoy. I now invite Dr. Amrita Chakraborty, convener of Wavelength 2025, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good evening, everyone. Am I audible? Okay. So before I start the formal vote of thanks, I would like to take a few minutes to discuss the context of Wavelength, how it came across, and that is not a part of my formal vote of thanks. Okay, I'm giving a disclaimer. So in the month of November last year, my HOD, Dr. Shilpa Kalyan, called me for a meeting, and she asked that, Amrita, we need to organize a media conclave. And that was happening for the first time here at DLHS MAHE Bengaluru. So in the month of November, as you know, that we all are busy with the end semester exams, the students are busy and the faculty members are busy as well. So I didn't initiate, and yeah, of course, with me, the co-convener is Professor Kanchan Kaur. So neither Professor Kanchan nor I got any time to ideate about Wavelength, and the name Wavelength, how it came across, I'm going to talk about that as well. So it was all about the Media Conclave, and you know, honestly speaking, in my laptop, the folder which is there to save every file is still named as Media Conclave, okay? So I took a pledge that I'm going to rename it as Wavelength if I see the success of this event, and that is what I'm going to do today. So, so during that month of exam, I was thinking that if there are speakers who could say that I am an XX speaker, I'm not naming those, you know, those events where people speak, but if people can say that I spoke in so-and-so event, then why can't, you know, our speakers and panelists say that I was a speaker of Wavelength, okay? So that's how the concept of building a brand came in. And then the students were divided into multiple clusters. The work practically started in January 2025. So there were a number of volunteers who started working. And then in terms of making it as a brand, first of all, around, I think, 12 logos were designed. Am I right? 12 logos? Okay, okay. So even bigger than that. Okay, so finally filtered 12 logos came to me, and further it was filtered, and then one logo was selected because the wavelength that you can see here, the color combination, the rainbow of color, everything has a meaning of it. So that's how the design team worked to make it more inclusive. And also this term, this wavelength name is going to be a rolling, is going to be a name for all the rolling events. Every year we are going to have a wavelength. 2025 wavelength is the first wavelength, then we are going to have a 2026 wavelength. So that's how it is going to be a rolling event. Okay, so likewise, the memento was designed, okay, by the design team, and also we wanted to create the brand of Wavelength through the memento, the dimension, the color, everything was designed by the design team. Even, you know, the minute matters like that of the thickness of the memento was also considered, that how thick it would be. So I'm sharing all this because all of you are media students, and you must know that how an event takes place. So although officially I am the convener of this event, but honestly speaking, I worked as an event manager for an event company with 90 volunteers, and the credit goes entirely to the student clusters. So with this, I start my formal vote of thanks. Distinguished panelists, faculty members, and my dear students, it's my privilege to stand before you today to extend my heartfelt vote of thanks on behalf of the Department of Liberal Arts, Humanities and Social Sciences to make Wavelength, the flagship media conclave, a great success. First and foremost, I would like to express our deepest gratitude to our Honorable Pro-Vice Chancellor, Professor Madhu Veera Raghavan, for gracing us with his presence and sharing his invaluable insights, and his words have inspired us and set the tone of this event. A special thanks goes to Dr. Raghavendra Prabhu, the Deputy Registrar of MAHE Bengaluru, for always being a support for our event. Most importantly, a big thank you to Dr. Shilpa Kalyan, Head of the Department of Social Sciences, Humanities and Department of Liberal Arts, Humanities and Social Sciences, to initiate the idea of this conclave and dedicate hours of time to check the progress of this event. I extend my sincere appreciation to the industry experts, panelists, and moderators who took time out of their busy schedule to enlighten us with the knowledge and experience and give us a real-time scenario about the media landscape. Now, I would like to spend a few minutes to discuss about the student clusters. The entire group of students were divided into a production team, a marketing communication team, and a logistics team. And it was the other teams which were working, which were the new teams which came in the later part of this organizing this event, was the registration team and the MCN team. So although the teams were clustered and the students were clustered in multiple groups, but I know this for a fact, and I'm sure that Professor Kanchan would agree to this, that students were there to play multiple roles. So it was not necessary that the one who was working for production didn't work for marketing communication, or the one who worked for logistics didn't work for production. So it all showed your commitment. So further, the marketing communication team was divided into social media team and newsletter team. So the newsletter was released today. And for social media, I would like to keep it on record that the Instagram page, which has, I think, around 130 followers, because it's just 1 month old account, has garnered around 11,000 or plus views for certain reels. So a big round of applause to the social media team. Next, I would like to thank the following faculty members of media for taking charge of the following areas of the event, because without their effort, it is impossible for a success. First of all, I would like to name Professor Kanchan Kaur for being the co-convener of the event. She was equally responsible along with me and was always stood behind me to help me in every crisis. And she managed the entire communication for this event. Dr. Sunayan Bhattacharjee for managing the travel and accommodation, and he was in touch with the operation team of MAHE Bengaluru. Dr. Pranav Kumar for completely taking charge of the production team, and the technology, production, audio-visual connection, everything was done under his supervision, but definitely the student volunteers took charge of it. Dr. Hima Bindu for hospitality, Dr. Pradeep Thomas for newsletter, Dr. Saisha for LinkedIn account of Wavelength, because we have 4 different social media accounts, which is the LinkedIn account, Instagram account, YouTube account, and X, that is formerly Twitter. Those 4 social media accounts are there running for the Wavelength. Mr. Subhash for the website management and social media. Mr. Utsho Sarkar for the food management, and Ms. Prerna Jain for Instagram. Now, I'd like to thank the entire administrative team, such as General Service, IT department, and marketing team of MAHE Bengaluru for their unwavering support and encouragement, and without which this conclave would not have been possible. A big shout out to all the active volunteers, participants, and the audience for being actively engaged in this 2-day conclave and asking the right questions to the panelists, and that's how I got a very good feedback from the panelists yesterday. So I shared this in the group, and I'm pretty sure that you all are aware about it. Lastly, I would like to invite the 3 pillars of this conclave, Krishna Priya Prabhakar, Muskan Jain, and Sanjana Ramnaran, to come on stage and share their quick thoughts and name a few of the student heads, because I know it's not possible to name all 90 students, but to name a few of the students heads of your respective clusters, and spend 1 minute time each to talk about any crisis situation that you faced, during managing this event. So over to you. And that's it from my side. Thank you so much.
Hello. Hi, everyone. I'm Krishna Priya. And the organizing Wavelength has been such a roller coaster of everything. I think working for this event started almost 2 months ago. And I'm sure everybody has been working very hard. And I want to give special thanks to the production team, especially Mansi, Ritika, and Vivek, who's been heading the team, Nadeem and Ria, who's been handling the live stream and everything behind the scenes. So they've done phenomenal work. And especially thanks to Pranav sir for helping us organize everything and give us advice. And for newsletter, I wouldn't be able to do it without Tanvi, who's the co-head, Sindhu, who took up the role, and also Pradeep sir and Vanshika handling the photographers. Thank you so much. I also want to mention that even though the event is ending officially right now, the newsletter team's work starts after this. So I'm just very happy that this event has been such a great success. I'm so glad the speakers had a great time, so thank you.
Okay, this is weird for me because I do not like standing in front of a dais. Irrespective, the marketing team was on an overdrive and on an overload ever since the conclave started. Magesh and Tavleen and Suvignya from the design team have been working with sleepless nights, day in and day out, to make this conclave happen. Magesh has been everywhere. I think there's not one floor in this building where Magesh hasn't been there. So, a huge shout out to him for, all the last minute edits, all the last minute reel creation and all of that. Huge shout out to two JMC students, Dikshat and Harish and all the people who worked on the social media videos. Huge shout out and huge thank you for making that happen. Couldn't have done it without you guys. Again, the live streaming, I think it's gone flawlessly. Ashwatthapa sir, thank you so much for being behind the scenes and working with us and making sure every shot was perfect. Shilpa ma'am, thank you for accommodating all our requests and all the silly mistakes that we did throughout the conclave. I think that actually made a huge difference, and that support actually helped us a lot. I think if I'm missing anyone, again, I'm sorry, weird position for me, but everyone, thank you for just making this conclave happen and being on your feet for the past 1 month. I think everything goes back to you guys. Thank you.
Okay, hello. It's a lot for me to be here right now because I just handled the logistics part. Okay, thanks. Okay, thank you. But otherwise, to start with, I'm sorry, I'm being a little biased here because I'm going to talk about the logistics first. I think I have to thank the logistics team for both the days because they have been running around like anything. I'll have to name everyone. So I think, yeah, it's Mridula, Sanvi, Tanoy, Ritik especially, Shivani, who is the co-head with me, and a lot more people are there, Anusmriti, Ankita, and even the people who came in later for guest relations, like Simran, Pragati, Akanksha, everyone. Honestly, without you guys, I think the guests wouldn't have felt the way they felt yesterday as well. Firstly, that. And secondly, thank you to everyone who helped us here with the content going viral. Everything that has come through is because of you guys. Like, literally, like Vivek, Vanshika, all of Ritika and Vristi handling the camera the whole 2 days. Like, Ritika had bristles and everything as well. So I think that it's gone really well. And newsletter team, like running around, taking bites from people and writing, immediately reporting. So that's there. And especially, I would like to thank Himabindu ma'am, Mucho sir, Sunayan sir, Amrita ma'am, Shilpa ma'am, Kanchan ma'am. for helping us out with everything that was there. And even while we were stressing out and freaking out, you were there to calm us down. So thanks a lot. And thank you to them as well. They have handled like anything. So thank you.
Sorry, mentioning Nainika, Anushka, Anjana, all of the people from the social media team, Manya, Swaksha, all of them, brilliant job on social media. I think it shows. Sorry, I forgot the names at that time, but yeah, thank you guys. Great work.
As we conclude today and bring this incredible journey to a close, we invite all of you to join us for tea. We request the student volunteers to stay back for a group picture. Thank you for being a part of this conclave. It has been a very engaging experience. Thank you so much, everyone.